Greetings from Geneva. My name is Charles Randolph. I am head of global health at the World Intellectual Property Organization, and I would like to thank the conference organizers for affording us the opportunity to speak at this conference. For my part, on September 15th, I will be speaking in session 4, introducing the Global Innovation Index that WIPO and its partners launched earlier this month, as well as discussing the trilateral cooperation among the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and WIPO. On September 16th, in session 6, I will be introducing the WIPO Research Global Public-Private Consortium and explaining how that uses intellectual property to advance the global health agenda. And I will be also reviewing various measures and actions that WIPO has taken in relation to the global pandemic. Thanks very much, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Greetings. I hope this message finds you and your families safe and well. I am delighted by the prospect of joining you for the International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. I thank our colleagues in the ISERDIndia and the Confederation of Indian Industry for the kind invitation to take part. I work in the multilateral system, dealing with questions on the intersection of trade, intellectual property, and the broader challenges of realizing the potential of knowledge and ideas for social and economic development. The World Trade Organization celebrates its 25th anniversary this year at a time of remarkable challenges for the multilateral trading system. This year also marks a quarter century since the WTO Agreement on Intellectual Property, the TRIPS Agreement, entered into force. TRIPS was the first international treaty to articulate fully why we have an intellectual property system in the first place. It sets the objectives of the IP system in terms of promoting innovation and the dissemination of technology to the mutual advantage of producers and users of technological knowledge, and in a way that leads to social and economic welfare and a balance of rights and obligations. In short, the system is there to promote society's well-being and to do this in a balanced yet positive-sum manner. Since that time, we have learnt an enormous amount about how to achieve this in practice, as IP systems in countries around the globe have developed and evolved at a time of unprecedented technological and economic change. I hope that our dialogue at the forthcoming conference will enable us to share some of these practical lessons and to sketch out ideas for future collaboration and development, working together on an international system that continues to promote the benefits of ever-expanding human knowledge for all humanity. Thank you.
Hi, how are you everybody? I am Padmin Buch. I am one of the experts in the domain of intellectual property right and pharmaceutical industry since long. This particularly I am talking to you because of a major international conference on trade and intellectual property right, which is being organized by TNPC Tamil Nadu, CII and ISERD. This virtual international conference is being organized on September 15th and 16th. I am invited as one of the panel experts in the session which is dealing with relevance and impact of trade and intellectual property rights on healthcare and pharmaceutical industry at the global level, particularly in the context of COVID present and the post-COVID area. I would wish that all of you should join this conference, which is a lot of good takeaways. Okay, please take care, be safe, bye-bye.
Hello everyone, this is Mohammed Faisal. I am taking care of IPR department at L&T Technology Services Limited. Catch me at International Trade and IPR Conference 2020 organized by Intellectual Society for Entrepreneurship and Research Development in collaboration with CII on September 15th and September 16th, 2020. Thank you. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Dr. Roshan Palewal, CEO of Dr. Roche Global Solutions and Dr. Roche Health Private Limited. I will be speaking in session 6, Relevance of IPR in Pharma post-COVID at International Trade and IPR Conference 2020 organized by ISERDIndia and CII. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello friends, I am Amit Patel, registered Indian patent agent and independent IPR laws practitioner. Come join us for the International Trade and IPR Conference on 15th and 16th September 2020, jointly organized by CII and ISERD. Come join us to take insights from the industry leaders from diversified multinational corporations who are going to share their knowledge with participants from across the world. I will be there in session 3 and session 5 on ease of doing business and relevance of IPR for the Indian society. Excited to see you all. Thank you.
Greetings from Geneva. My name is Charles Randolph. I am head of global health at the World Intellectual Property Organization. And I would like to thank the conference organizers for affording us the opportunity to speak at this conference. For my part, on September 15th, I will be speaking in session 4, introducing the Global Innovation Index that WIPO and its partners launched earlier this month, as well as discussing the trilateral cooperation among the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and WIPO. On September 16th, in session 6, I will be introducing the WIPO Research Global Public-Private Consortium and explaining how that uses intellectual property to advance the global health agenda. And I will be also reviewing various measures and actions that WIPO has taken in relation to the global pandemic. Thanks very much, and I look forward to seeing you.
Greetings. I hope this message finds you and your families safe and well. I am delighted by the prospect of joining you for the International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. I thank our colleagues in the ISERDIndia and the Confederation of Indian Industry for the kind invitation to take part. I work in the multilateral system, dealing with questions on the intersection of trade, intellectual property, and the broader challenges of realizing the potential of knowledge and ideas for social and economic development. The World Trade Organization celebrates its 25th anniversary this year at a time of remarkable challenges for the multilateral trading system. This year also marks a quarter century since the WTO agreement on intellectual property, the TRIPS agreement, entered into force. TRIPS was the first international treaty to articulate fully why we have an intellectual property system in the first place. It sets the objectives of the IP system in terms of promoting innovation and the dissemination of technology to the mutual advantage of producers and users of technological knowledge, and in a way that leads to social and economic welfare and a balance of rights and obligations. In short, the system is there to promote society's well-being and to do this in a balanced yet positive-sum manner. Since that time, we have learnt an enormous amount about how to achieve this in practice, as IP systems in countries around the globe have developed and evolved at a time of unprecedented technological and economic change. I hope that our dialogue at the forthcoming conference will enable us to share some of these practical lessons and to sketch out ideas for future collaboration and development, working together on an international system that continues to promote the benefits of ever-expanding human knowledge for all humanity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Roshan Palewal, CEO of Dr. Global Solutions and Dr. Health Private Limited. I will be speaking in session 6, Relevance of IPR in Pharma post-COVID at International Trade and IPR Conference 2020 organized by ISERDIndia and CII. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Mohammed Faisal. I am taking care of IPR department at LNT Technology Services Limited. Catch me at International Trade and IPR Conference 2020 organized by Intellectual Society for Entrepreneurship and Research Development in collaboration with CII on September 15th and September 16th, 2020. Thank you. Stay tuned.
Hello friends, I am Amit Patel, registered Indian patent agent and independent IPR laws practitioner. Come join us for the International Trade and IPR Conference on 15th and 16th September 2020, jointly organized by CII and ISERD. Come join us.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress. Without innovation, your phone wouldn't be smart, there'd be no GPS, no music on the go, and no HD video, stories without special effects, no colour, no sound. And unable to look inside the human body, doctors would be in the dark. The intellectual property system exists to encourage the innovators and creators who make the world a better place. The World Intellectual Property Organization, a specialised agency of the United Nations, helps them do this every day across the globe. WIPO provides a forum where governments debate and shape intellectual property laws, such as copyright laws, to adapt them to the changing needs of our global digital society. WIPO's goal is to make intellectual property work for everyone. WIPO operates international filing systems that make it easier to protect and promote inventions, brands, and designs across borders. Everyone, from individual inventors and small businesses to the world's biggest companies, can file a single application through WIPO's PCT, Madrid, and Hague systems to apply for protection in countries across the world. This saves them time and money. In the last 50 years, WIPO has processed over 4.5 million international patent, trademark and design applications for everything, from machine tools to medicines to solar panels. And when disagreements arise over IP, WIPO provides arbitration and mediation as an alternative to costly court proceedings. WIPO gives people the tools to use IP effectively, helping people in developing countries to make a living from their ingenuity and creativity. That means more opportunity and more jobs. Innovation requires information. WIPO provides free access to IP information, including more than 55 million patent documents and more than 25 million records of trademarks and designs. And WIPO trains tens of thousands of people every year how to access, learn from, and use all this priceless information. Since its inception over 100 years ago, the global IP system overseen by WIPO has helped create an environment where innovation and creativity can flourish. That means more minds creating new technologies to conquer the world's problems, more music and more ways to listen to it, more art and culture, and more knowledge reaching us in ever-increasing ways. Every day, creative people all over the world are finding new ways to improve our future. WIPO and the intellectual property system help make that happen.
Greetings. I hope this message finds you and your families safe and well. I am delighted by the prospect of joining you for the International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. I thank our colleagues in the ISERDIndia and the Confederation of Indian Industry for the kind invitation to take part. I work in the multilateral system, dealing with questions on the intersection of trade, intellectual property, and the broader challenges of realising the potential of knowledge and ideas for social and economic development. The World Trade Organization celebrates its 25th anniversary this year at a time of remarkable challenges for the multilateral trading system. This year also marks a quarter century since the WTO Agreement on Intellectual Property, the TRIPS Agreement, entered into force. TRIPS was the first international treaty to articulate fully why we have an intellectual property system in the first place. It sets the objectives of the IP system in terms of promoting innovation and the dissemination of technology to the mutual advantage of producers and users of technological knowledge, and in a way that leads to social and economic welfare and a balance of rights and obligations. In short, the system is there to promote society's well-being and to do this in a balanced yet positive-sum manner. Since that time, we have learnt an enormous amount about how to achieve this in practice, as IP systems in countries around the globe have developed and evolved at a time of unprecedented technological and economic change. I hope that our dialogue at the forthcoming conference will enable us to share some of these practical lessons and to sketch out ideas for future collaboration and development, working together on an international system that continues to promote the benefits of ever-expanding human knowledge for all humanity. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. So my name is Rohan Malhotra and I am currently Executive Director for ISERDIndia. So I hope that yesterday everyone has enjoyed the sessions. The first was delivered by our chief guest for the conference, talking about the role of MSMEs and then the contribution to the Indian economy. And then the same too was delivered by Rajesh Patra sir. And then talking about the role of IP linking with world trade, where many ex-diplomats have shared their experiences about the TRIPS, about various other agreements like GATT, the formation of WTO, etc. So I welcome you all for the second day of the International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. Today we will be having two sessions. Session 5 we will be starting now, which will focus on the importance of intellectual property in India with its types, and talking about the importance of IP with the disruptive technologies like Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and then further talking about IP litigation and further laws involved into it. And then post lunch we are having session 6, which is relevance of intellectual property in pharma and healthcare sector post COVID-19, as we all are right now facing I don't know what to say about the issues or whatever, but facing some or the other things, that's a new normal in this COVID. So the speakers or the delegates for session 6 will be talking much about what has changed in the IP scenario, much talk about vaccine development, the role of pharma and healthcare sector. So that is for the day, and I hope you all will have a good session. So just wait for a while and we will start. In the meanwhile, our delegates join us, and to know if you guys, anyone has any questions, you can direct us on live chat on YouTube, Facebook, and we'll be happy to address your questions to the speakers. So let's enjoy this second and last day of the International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. So in a meanwhile, we will just start with our session once our delegates join. Thank you.
17 governments involved have achieved an extraordinary success. We have achieved something together, I think, of considerable moment. With your approval, therefore, I gavel the Uruguay round as concluded.
I am proud to be able to attend
So agreed.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress. Without innovation, your phone wouldn't be smart, there'd be no GPS, no music on the go, and no HD video, stories without special effects, no colour, no sound. And unable to look inside the human body, doctors would be in the dark. The intellectual property system exists to encourage the innovators and creators who make the world a better place. The World Intellectual Property Organization, a specialised agency of the United Nations, helps them do this every day across the globe. WIPO provides a forum where governments debate and shape intellectual property laws, such as copyright laws, to adapt them to the changing needs of our global digital society. WIPO's goal is to make intellectual property work for everyone. WIPO operates international filing systems that make it easier to protect and promote inventions, brands, and designs across borders. Everyone, from individual inventors and small businesses to the world's biggest companies, can file a single application through WIPO's PCT, Madrid and Hague systems to apply for protection in countries across the world. This saves them time and money. In the last 50 years, WIPO has processed over 4.5 million international patent, trademark and design applications for everything, from machine tools to medicines to solar panels. And when disagreements arise over IP, WIPO provides arbitration and mediation as an alternative to costly court proceedings. WIPO gives people the tools to use IP effectively, helping people in developing countries to make a living from their ingenuity and creativity. That means more opportunity and more jobs. Innovation requires information. WIPO provides free access to IP information, including more than 55 million patent documents and more than 25 million records of trademarks and designs. And WIPO trains tens of thousands of people every year how to access, learn from, and use all this priceless information. Since its inception over 100 years ago, the global IP system overseen by WIPO has helped create an environment where innovation and creativity can flourish. That means more minds creating new technologies to conquer the world's problems, more music and more ways to listen to it, more art and culture, and more knowledge reaching us in ever-increasing ways. Every day, creative people all over the world are finding new ways to improve our future. WIPO and the intellectual property system help make that happen.
Greetings from Geneva. My name is Charles Randolph. I am head of global health at the World Intellectual Property Organization. and I would like to thank the conference organizers for affording us the opportunity to speak at this conference. For my part, on September 15th, I will be speaking in session 4, introducing the Global Innovation Index that WIPO and its partners launched earlier this month, as well as discussing the trilateral cooperation among the World Trade Organization, World Health.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Is everyone there?
Yes.
Good morning,
Yes, sir.
Amitji.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sujit. Good morning, Faisal sir. Good morning, Sujit sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Is Nishant sir there? Good morning, Nishant sir. Okay, so Nishant sir will take just a moment. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So this is session 5 for International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. Good morning, Nishant sir.
Yeah, hi. Hi. Sorry.
Hi. It's okay, no issues. So this is session 5 for International Trade and IPR Conference 2020 and its second day. And so we have with us the moderator for the session, Mr. Amit Kumar Patel, and all the delegates here, starting from Mr. Mohammad Faisal sir. He is the head for IPR department for L&T Technology Services. Then we have Mr. Nishant Sharma. He is lead counsel IP and litigation for Dolby Technologies. Then we have in the last as our delegate Mr. Sujit sir. He is Senior Manager, Intellectual Property Management and Innovation for Samsung R&D, Bangalore. I welcome you all on behalf of ISERD and CII. So myself, Rohan Malhotra, right now serving as Executive Director for ISERD. And so now I hand over this to Amit sir for the deliverability of the session. And Amit sir, it's all over to you, and I welcome you all for an insightful discussion. So we are YouTube live, Facebook live.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Rohanji, Subhamji, and all the team from ISERD. First of all, before we start our session, I officially thank all the organizations, including of Tamil Nadu Technology Development and Promotion Center, Confederation of Indian Industry, and team from the Intellectual Society for Entrepreneurship and Research Development, ISERD India, for organizing this very beautiful session on International Trade and IPR Conference. Yesterday's all the 4 sessions were really insightful, and especially the session 4 was really very informative. During session 3, we had also discussed in detail about the MSME and the role of MSME for revival and importance of Indian economy. And again, on the second day, on today's morning, we are again here and we are welcoming all the participants and all the speakers on this platform. And we are going to share really good insights with related to topic of IPR. We are going to discuss about intellectual property rights, their relevance in India, and with their types. And for the same, we have really good expert from the industry, Mr. Mohammad Faisal, who is working as head of IPR department, L&T. Sujit Subramaniam, senior manager innovation and IP management, Samsung Electronics, and Mr. Nishant Sharma, who is working as a legal counsel at heading the IP and litigation team at Dolby Technologies India Private Limited. So actually, before we actually go into the technical sessions, I would request my team members so that we can briefly give introduction about our speakers and their background. Yeah, would request. Yeah. First, we will start with the brief introduction of Mr. Sujit Subramaniam. Mr. Sujit Subramaniam is presently working as a senior manager for innovation and intellectual property management at Samsung R&D India. He leads the patent creation, enhancement, protection, and portfolio management for inventions created in Bangalore Center in the field of IoT, camera supervisions, AI, and mobile services. He has been working with the Samsung R&D Bangalore's IP and innovation team since last 10 years, with more than 12 years of professional experience in the field of IP management. During this period, Samsung R&D Bangalore's IP and innovation achievements have been recognized as Zeno Great Place to Innovate Y 2020 and Y 2017 National IP Award in the year of 2018 and 2015 and CII IP Award in the year of 2017. He has a long experience in ideation, invention, creation, and IP protection with a keen focus on AI and IoT related technologies. So we are very fortunate to have Mr. Subramaniam with all of us and share insights with related to IP field and your experience with all the participants. Thank you, Mr. Sujit.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, would request our team. Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Faisal. Mr. Mohammad Faisal is presently working as a head of IPR department at L&T Technology Services Limited. Mr. Faisal is leading the IPR department of L&T Services Limited and responsible for guiding a workforce of nearly 14,000 plus employee on IPR related issues. He is an Indian patent agent and graduate in mechanical engineering from one of the top universities in India. He has about 16 plus years of experience in the field of IP procurement, management, and advisory. Mr. Faisal is listed among the top 50 emerging IP players in USA, Germany, Singapore, Australia, Dubai, and India by IPR Gorilla and among top 100 IP leaders in India by World IP Forum. He also holds an advanced certificate in IP valuation and management from World Intellectual Property Organization. Mr. Faisal has a prior association with LexOrbis as head patent engineer and with Singhania and Company as an associate. He has drafted and prosecuted Indian, US, PCT, and European patents in the areas of electrical, mechanical, computer, and related technologies. Apart from patent drafting and prosecution, Mr. Faisal has worked in the area of IP asset management, IP commercialization, IP infringement monitoring, and licensing and IP due diligence. So, Mr. Faisal has a very vast experience, not only for working in IP system in India, but major economies of the world on different sites, searching, drafting, analytics, commercialization. So he has a very vast experience and he is going to share really good insights with all our participants today. We are very thankful to you, Faisal sir, for being with us.
Thank you, Amit.
Yeah, would request our team member. Yes. And our next panelist is Mr. Nishant. Mr. Nishant Sharma is presently working as a lead IP console at IP and litigation team of Dolby Technologies India Private Limited. Mr. Nishant is responsible for advancing and propagating Dolby's patent licensing program in India and Southeast Asia. He also oversees the company's litigation strategy against unwilling the licenses. Being an electronics engineer and having a degree in law, he takes keen interest in reading about latest development in technology area and also about the interplay of law and technology. Prior to joining Dolby, Nishant has worked with various law firms and has extensive experience in patent litigation, patent prosecution, and preparation in various domains, including of inter-allied, electrical, electronic engineering, mechanical engineering, and biomedical engineering. He has represented his clients before the various high courts, appellate board, and patent office branches in India. Nishant is keen to spread IP awareness in India and has authored several articles relating to patent laws and related issues in IP journals and circulations. So again, our next panelist is also very energetic and enthusiastic and very sound with his domain. Right? We are very fortunate to have you, Mr. Nishan, with all of us. Thank you, Mr. Nishan.
Thank you for having me.
Right. So, friends, our next session is going to be on a very specific topic, and our all panelists are going to discuss about the specific, particularly identified areas of IP. But before they give really good insights about their assigned topics, I would give a brief introduction about IPR with all our participants. And for the same, I would request my team member to I will give a short presentation about IP. Yeah, and then we will go with just give me a minute to start my presentation. Yeah, is my presentation visible to all? Hello. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. So before we actually understand the IPR, we fundamentally need to understand the type of property. The type of property is mainly divided into two groups: tangible property and intangible. The key difference between two of them is tangible properties are any kind of physical items which you can see, touch, measure, right? Those are regarded as tangible properties, and a good example of anything which you can see from your eyes, right? Your furniture, land, vehicle, buildings, rupees or gold, any items. And another type of property is the intangible property, the items which cannot be measured, touched, or having any physical form. And those type of intangible property includes the creation of human mind, the ideas, creativity, creation. Next slide, please. So, look, the good example of tangible property, one liner you can say anything which you can see from your eyes, a kind of your mobile, laptop, table, furniture, rooms, buildings, a gold car, anything. These are the tangible properties. Next is an intangible property. Next, please. Intangible properties means anything which you cannot see, but still they possess any kind of value. And these are mainly includes the creation of human mind, human creativities and ideas. So these are intangible properties, and this covers the major aspect, or these based on this, the intangible property, intellectual property right is being defined. So for property, we are knowing that property, for property, with property it comes a ownership. When you are saying this laptop is mine, this car is mine, so how you will prove it? You will showcase the bill, invoice, registration papers. And based on that, you can say, yes, I am the owner of this land, I am the owner of this building, I am the owner of this car, I am the owner of this mobile device or a laptop. So by that, we know that how the ownership right is protected or being proved in case of the tangible property. But when comes the intangible property, when you are saying that this idea is mine, so first of all, the idea or the creation that is not physical in the nature, right? Anything, whatever is going in your mind, whatever is your thoughts, whatever is the creation of your mind or the ideas, they doesn't have any physical form, right? First of all, the challenge is that they doesn't have any physical form, and then you are asking how to prove the ownership right on those intangible creations. So, to prove the ownership right or to get the ownership right, the system developed is known as an intellectual property right, and that protects the creativity of human mind, intangible assets. Next slide, please. So this is the fundamental. Property is mainly of two types, tangible and intangible. And during this session, we are going to discuss about the intangible assets. So this is the broader area, intellectual property right, and that deals with the IP protection and what you can do with the intangible assets. Intellectual property right, intellectual, anything which is coming from the brain. Property means the ownership and the right. Right. Once you have a ownership on your creation, idea, creativity, what you can do with it? You can sell it, you can license it, you can give it for use to others on a paid basis or a non-payment basis. So that particular system is fully known as an intellectual property right. And what it deals, the meaning lies within the word itself. Intellectual property rights. Next. So intellectual property covers anything which you generate from your brain. Anything which you generate from your brain. And that includes your thoughts, learning, brain, creativity, ideas, and mind. Anything output of the brain. Yeah, next slide, please. So fundamentally and legal definition of IPR. So it usually gives creator जिसने बनाया उसको creator को exclusive right. It gives exclusive right to creator for the use of his creation for a certain period of time, and these are granted by the government. This is the legal definition of IPR, or you can say an important characteristic of IP. And each term highlighted in red color represents an important aspect of IP system or IP fundamentals. IP system is for creators, whoever, every human being has a brain, and with brain, everyone, whatever is your creativity with respect to a painting, software creation, writing a novel, a music composition, choreography, taking the pictures, solving a new problem, making a short film, a new presentation preparation, all these are the creation of your mind, and all those can be protected by suitable means of IP instruments. So it gives creator an exclusive right for use of his creation for a limited period of time, and these rights can only granted by government. They are not being granted by any private institution, any legal firm, or any university. They are only granted by the government. And another important aspect of IP law is they are territorial in the nature. Means whatever would be your creativity, in whatever country you need a protection, you have to go to those country and you have to register. Say for example, if you have invented one item, if you have protected and filed a patent protection for their invention only in India, it means that patent is only valid in Indian territory only. It is not valid in other country, and reverse is also true. Say for example, any innovator from US, Germany, Israel, Korea, they have invented really beautiful technology. And say for example, if they have not protected those technologies in India, then all Indians, all Indian MSME, all Indian startups are also equally free to practice those inventions in Indian territory and other territories where those inventions are not protected. So this is the territorial rights of IP is a really important aspect of IP protection or IP rights. Now, there are different types of IP. We already heard about the patent, trademark, copyright, design, integrated circuit, geographical indications, trade secrets. These are different types of IPR and they protect different type of human creativity. How? We will see into subsequent slides. Now, before we go into the further aspects, try to understand why IP is so important in today's context. So look, this is one chart I have taken from the report of WIPO, and which shows the increasing importance of IP in today's context. This report says that, and here you are seeing the 5 bars, which represents the importance of tangible assets and intangible assets in the year of 1975. If you are saying the total property or market value of top 500 companies of the world, the of top 500 companies, 83% is the stake because of the tangible asset. In the year of 1985, after 10 years, the importance of tangible asset is reduced to 68%. After 10 years of 1995, the tangible asset is again reduced to 32%, and the importance of intangible asset is increased to 68%. In the year 2005, the importance of intangible asset for top 500 companies is 80%. And in the latest report of 2010, the importance of intangible asset for top 500 companies of the world is 80%. Right? It means the importance of human creativity. Look at the great example of today's great companies, Google. Right? Based on what they are, it's built up on the 2 PhD scholars from the Stanford University who have developed one code, computer code and algorithm for making a page ranking. And based on that simplified code, what based on less than 30 years, what giant company Google is. Look at the example of Facebook, Ola, Uber, Oyo. Like these are the emerging companies, and in a short period of time, based on their human creativity and unique business model, they are growing like rapidly. And the importance, the basic fundamental of importance of these companies is their IP rights, IP protection. And this is not only limited to top 500 companies. It is equally important for any academic institution, any MSME units, or any human being as well. Right? In today's time, we are seeing that large number of graduates are being passed out. So it is no more days that if you have a degree, you will be securing the job. No, in today's time, what really industry need is the skills. What skills you possess. So it is equally important for human being as well, for IP protection and your creativity as well. Next slide, please. So IP means a business. You are not saying that you have a patent, trademark, copyright. Say, for example, if your company holds, or your university or you holds 2 patent, 5 patent, it would be added into your resume or an annual report. They are not just meant for adding into your resume or an annual report, or framing the certificate and posting and keeping it into your back wall or into entrance of your company. IP means a business. And why you can say that? I have a beautiful statistics from the report of World Bank. Next slide, please. This slide represents the 2 aspects: royalty and license fee received and paid by different countries in the year of 2012. And figures are from the World Bank's report. royalty and license fee received and paid. So when you are ready to pay royalty fee, or when you are eligible to get a license fee, once you have some kind of uniqueness, once you have some kind of unique products which you have protected by a suitable type of IP. And this slide represents the royalty and license fee received, paid and received by different countries, not by the any specified company. Look at the top in the list is USA. First column is related to country. Second column is related to the royalty received by specified country. Third column discusses about royalty and license fees paid by that country in that particular year. And fourth column says what is the balance amount. So topmost country in the world is the USA. Look, in the year, 2012 itself, the USA has received nearly $124 billion from other countries for the use of their creation or IP rights. $124 billion from other countries as a royalty fee they have received, right? And what they have paid in exchange for using other countries' technology, they have paid nearly $39 billion. So on a net, in the year of 2012, as a country both, they have received $84 billion. Imagine the quantum, $84 billion आपकी economy में, if you are receiving from other countries, what magic they can play, right? And look at the scenario of India, nearly 10th position in the first column. India as a country, we have received nearly just $321 million, not a $1 billion completely. And what we had paid nearly 3.9, nearly $4 billion to other countries for use of their creation or their IP. So on a net, we are the technology importer, net IP users of other countries. And this is how this actually works. It is not like that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi goes to the US or this country and give checks to this country or the United Nations. It actually works based on our human activities as well. If you are buying a Puma shoes or a Mercedes car or a Audi car, right? They are the multinational companies of other countries, right? If you are using a Reebok shoes, so that is also a foreign multinational company. So in exchange of using that, you are paying for a simple shoes from the Indian manufacturer, it might cost you nearly 1,000 rupees. But for having the shoes from a Reebok, you require to pay 5,000 rupees, right? Which is a major stake because of their particular trademark, right? And because of their important stake goes to those companies into other countries, right? So this is how, if you are having a Coca-Cola in one restaurant, that is also a foreign country. Say for example, although that restaurant is running by your relative or a friend, that is a different story. But still, if you are having a Coca-Cola, and because of that, part of that revenue goes to other country or USA, right? And that's how this is playing. And that's why we are saying, because of we are not having the leading brands of the world, we are not having the major economies or major companies of the world, and because of that, the world is not taking our brands, right? And if we want to make India a sustainable economy, if we want to achieve a dream of $5 trillion economy, we require to increase our exports. And when your export will increase, once you have a good product protected by really good IP strategy, and then you can demand, world will demand your products, and by that your revenue will increase. And that's how you can increase or you can achieve the goal of $5 trillion economy. So for any small company, individual or a large corporation, whoever is visualizing, any startup is dreaming for, let's say that I want to be a $10 million company or a $1 billion company by the year of 10 years or 20 years. Whoever is dreaming like that, he is must required to incorporate IP strategy into their business plan. Otherwise, they cannot go and achieve those targets. And it requires to be protected by different types of IP instruments. Patent, trademark, copyright, designs, all those aspects. Next slide, please. So Global Innovation Index. Look, on 2nd of September itself, our 2020 edition has been released. And just see the performance. Yeah, next. When we are comparing India, usually we compare with our neighbor, right? And in today's context, the situation is really tense between two countries, India and China. Look, this slide represents a performance of India and China on a global platform with respect to innovation. What is the performance of India and what is the performance of China? Look, in the year 2010 to 14, our rank is gradually decreasing 56, 62, 64, 66, 76, and 81. And after 2015 onwards, you will also see that our performance is improving 66, 60, 57, 52, and 42, 48. Recently on 48. So we have first time we have made our entry into top innovative country, top 50 innovative country into the world, right? And this shows, right, from the year. Look at green part. 2000, the Modi government came first time into the power in 2014. They continually make the policy changes, law changes, ease of doing business, startup India, digital India, right? Jan Dhan Yojana, ease of doing business, support for MSME, for lending, for getting the loan, and all these supports for improving our economy and for improving our strength for the Global Innovation Index. And our neighbor is also making a good progress, and they are presently on the 14th position. Next slide, please. So our Prime Minister, in one of the session of Man Ki Baat, he has said that India wants to be a top 25 innovative countries of the world. And that is not only the government will play a role to achieve that target. Each and every citizen, each and every MSME unit, each and every large or small universities or companies are required to play their role to achieve this goal. And that is not only achieved by means of filing more patent or innovation. Yeah, that is important aspect, but with respect to if you are exploring more of international market, if you are making more international collaboration, that also plays an important role for improving our role for Global Innovation Index. Next slide, please. World IP indicators. This is also important report published by the WIPO. Next slide. And this slide represents important statistics, right, of performance, the number of IP filing by different countries. Look at the number. This slide represents the patent, trademark, copyright, design in the year of 2017 and 18. Look at the first under each small table, say for patent, the first row is about the applications worldwide. In the year 2017 and 18, the total patent filing by all the countries of the world was respectively 3.1 million, 31 lakh, and 3.3 million, 33 lakh patents respectively. Out of that, the first number one contributor is China, who is contributing for 13 lakh to 15 lakh patents in a year, which accounts for 50%, nearly 50% of the world. The number two is the USA, which files nearly 5 lakh patents in a year. So there is a competition. Look at the difference between number one and number two itself. They are not nearby. China is so aggressive, and that is also with respect to other types of IP. Look at others: utility model, trademark, industrial design. and under all parts. Utility model, the total world's contribution 90% is being from China. All the trademarks of the world 50% is being by China. All the industrial designs by the world 54% is being China. Total plant varieties by the world and nearly 30% by the China. So in all the type of IP, the China is today's world leader. And friends, this is not achieved by efforts of 3-5 years only. They are able to achieve these results because of their continuous efforts and dedicated service to the nation or the respective countries of 2 to 3 decades of their continuous efforts, right? If we want to achieve those targets or those ranks, or India want to be a global hero, each citizen, each small and MSME units or large corporations are required to come up with a plan of 5, 10, 20 years. And continuously we require to give our efforts towards that. Only and only then we are able to achieve the position of first 5 or first 10 countries and to achieve a position of global guru. Next slide, please. So look at this, India and global performance. Next slide, please. IP system in India. Next. Look, this slide represents how the IP system works in India. So centrally it is governed by the government of India. Under that it is governed by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And under that ministry there is a department, DPIIT, Department for Internal Trade, DPIIT, Department for Promotion of Internal Trade and Tariff, right? That department governs the working of the patent offices in India. And in India, we have 4 patent offices in Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, and Kolkata. And they regulates the functioning and regulation of patent, design, trademark, copyright, and geographical indications. Next slide, please. Trend of IP filing in India. Next. This slide represents the figures from the annual report of Indian Patent Office. This says that a filing of 2013-14 to recently 17-18, and this says that IP filing, the China files nearly 15 lakh patents in a year, and look at our patent filing, 42,000 to nearly 50,000 in a year. So we are with this in today's time, we are knowing that knowledge is power, information is power, and these are, if we are saying knowledge and information is power, then patents are the biggest resource of this knowledge, right? And in terms of that, what China is filing, what India is filing, and if you dissect this number again, look at the number filed by the Indians, they are even very less, right? Majority of this stake is being filed by the foreigners. So we Indians, and this doesn't mean that we Indians are not capable enough. Our universities are not capable enough. Our MSME units or large corporations are not capable enough. This is not, right? We are equally capable enough to Chinese, Americans, or Koreans or Israeli people in terms of R&D. But the numbers are less because of the biggest reason is lack of IP awareness. We are not knowing that very small innovation in existing product can also be patented, right? We have to make our industries, students, universities aware, and then we have to make a strategy to aggressively go for IP protection of our small to bigger innovation. Small to bigger startup innovations, their IP protection by means of trademark, design, copyright as well, right? Then we can demand for a high value of our products, and we can go with a greater confidence into the global market, and we can ask for more money from them, right? Next. This slide represents, look at what is the number of total patent by Indian, total patent into India and by Indians. We Indians contribute just merely about 30%. which is nearly 13,000 to 15,000 patents in a year. And if you will reverse calculate, India is a country of 1.3 billion people. And if you will add in India, again we have nearly nearly 6 crore plus MSME units, right? So look at 130 crore divided by 13 to 15,000 patents, it will give you a number of nearly 1 lakh. It means out of 1 lakh people, only one citizen is going and filing one patent, which is very small number compared to other countries, similar number, similar ratio. So we have to improve this ratio, and by means of the biggest work we can do is spread IP awareness into our society. Next slide, please. This slide represents the state's performance. Which state is contributing what? Right? Now, next, look at the numbers are not encouraging, but look at what major steps our government has taken in recent time to promote the IP protection, ease of doing business, Startup India, and to increase our strength in terms of innovation on a global platform. Next slide, please. Next. The government has made a significant change into the patent and trademark rules for easy prosecution and to get a reduced pending load. Right? They have modernized the IP offices and take majority of their operation into the IP-based system. They have recruited large number of examiners at patent office, and because of which the pendency load is reducing day by day. The use of IP and IT technology for online hearing, the online filing, and real-time monitoring and information sharing with all the stakeholders. They are aggressive on all those aspects. Introduction of expedited examination route for getting a patent for small MSME units, startups, and recently a small change into the patent system by if one of applicant is a woman candidate, they can also go for expedited examination, and those innovators can get their patent granted within a period of 1 year, right? Which is earlier, it used to take nearly 7 to 8 years for any innovator or company to getting the patent granted. But these are the significant changes the government has taken, and I will showcase you the numbers. What because of this, what government has achieved, right? And awareness about IP is definitely increasing, but these are not sufficient enough. We have to work really hard, not only for 1 month or 3 months or a quarter or a year. We have to continuously make all these efforts for nearly 1 decade to 2 decades. Then only we can achieve a greater position. We can achieve the level of developed country, a global guru, or we can be a global. Our GDP can be increased, right? So we have to continuously work day and night for the decades to achieve a really great milestone or an international platform. Next slide, please. Significant achievement by the IPO. Look, next slide. In the area of patent, look, the patent, the filed, examined, granted, and disposal in the year of 2014 and 15. Look, the patent system, 42,000 were filed, and cumulatively our patent offices were examining nearly 22,000 patents in a year. Now, with respect to that, look at the last column, 2019 and 20, compared to 22,000 patents examination in a year. In a 1 year, now patent office is examining 80,000 patents. They were examining nearly 6,000 patents in a year in the year 2014, and now they are examining, granting nearly 24,000 patents. Look at the disposal of 40,000 patents is reached to 55,000. So filing is increased by 31%, examination is increased to 250%, massive increase. Grant is increased by 317%. Disposal is increased by 290%, and domestic filing is increased to 37%. And all these are the official figures by the Indian Patent Office, right? So because of all those changes, you can see the significant. Although our IP filing number is not changing, but government has understood the importance of IP, and they strategically make all changes in the IP system, from IP laws to modernization of IP offices to recruiting large number of IP examiners, and because of this, results is been achieved. Next, similarly, you can see next slide, please. Look at the achievement for the trademark. Filing is increased by 31%. Examination is increased by 250%. Grant is increased by 370%. Disposal rate is increased by 290%. Domestic filing rate is increased by 37%. Earlier were the days before 2014. There was an era that today you are filing a patent and you required to wait for nearly 7 to 10 years. Then you are getting the results that your patent is granted or refused. But today is the era that you are expecting your patent to be granted within a period lesser than a 4 year, right? If you are filing examination request on the day itself, when you are filing complete, your complete patent filing would be reduced or very shorter. Next slide, please. Design. This slide is also representing the improvements for the Indian Patent Office. It is progressively a lot, right? And similar is the scenario for the copyright. Next slide, please. So here also you can see increasing in the examination disposal is increased from 250 to 300%. And this is all playing a really good role for achieving our global innovation index to a higher position. Ease of doing business is increasing. So this is all from my side. Thank you all, friends. Right? So this was a basic about the IP and what is the today's context in terms of what is Indian government is doing, why it is important for India, not only for the big giant corporation, but small units as well, right? And now I would request, we will start with our plenary sessions, right? And the first session is going to be taken by Mr. Mohammad Faisal, who is working as a head of IPR department at L&T Technology. We have given his brief introduction in earlier slides as well. And Mr. Faisal is going to discuss specifically with all of us with the topic of IP for Indian companies and different IP strategies to protect their work. Brief about IPR and its application in different domains. So welcome, Mr. Faisal, and over to you.
It was a wonderful session from your end, very informative and a lot of statistics which you have shared. Can you please share the presentation? So I will start by giving a brief about my organization. L&T is basically presumed, or the people know L&T from its construction association with construction. So L&T is generally known as a construction company. But L&T as a group has businesses in various other domains, right in shipbuilding, defense, polymers, petrochems, engineering services, IT, finance. So L&T Group has numerous associations with varied businesses. It has more than 90 plus companies in different domains which operate across the globe. So my organization whom I am associated with is L&T Technology Services, which is a technology service arm of Larsen & Toubro Group. We are a 100% owned subsidiary of L&T, and we have 6 offices in India and 11 offices across the globe. We operate across the globe. It's not only in India. We are an Indian company, but we operate across the globe. We have 16,000 plus people as on date working for us, and we had been growing at a very aggressive rate as of now. Next slide, please. So, intellectual property. There are different types of IPs, as Amit has explained. There are patents, trademark, trade secret, copyright, designs. Now, all of these IPs or types of IPRs have their own restrictions and advantages. At times, it is possible to have more than one type of protection for a particular innovation or for a particular technology. For example, softwares can be protected under copyright, and at the same time, there's a part of it which can be protected under patents. So it's possible to have different kind of protections around the same innovation, same idea. But then you have to pick and choose. At times, what is possible is that you may choose one only for protection. For example, if you have protected your innovation under design, then you cannot file a copyright on top of it. So you have to pick and choose one type of innovation. That is the one part. And the second part is that at times the different aspect of the same product can be protected under different types of IPRs. So you need to pick and choose. So once you have a solution or a product in front of you, you need to pick and choose what all solutions or products or type of IPRs you are going to capture. Make a strategy, and then you have to secure all of those IPRs around it to make it a successful product in the market. At times, people confuse IP with innovation, which is not true. IP is a subset of innovation. Innovation is a bigger subject where you come up with a really innovative product, and then IP is the one which provides a security around it, which is a part of a strategy, overall strategy to commercialize your product in the market. Now, but what happens most of the time where people get confused is that they take IP as innovation. So they file patent and then they feel, okay, I have a patent, I can sell this product in the market. No, it's not true. Having a patent is one thing, but selling the product is another thing. So to sell the product or to commercialize the product, you have to have a strategy. And for that strategy, it's important to have one or the other type of IPRs or multiple type of IPRs surrounded by it, so that you can have a successful tenure in the market. Now, another aspect of different type of IPRs is that there are, as I was talking about, restriction. And so there is a time restriction, which is very important. For example, when you file a patent in India, you get a limited time to file that patent in other countries. You either, you have only 1 year to file the patent in other countries outside India after filing patent in India, or you can file an international application with WIPO, and then you get 30 months time to decide and pick and choose in which countries you wanted to file. Amit indicated that IPs are territorial rights. So if you have not filed a patent in other countries, you may lose the right to exclude others from using or selling that product in that particular geography. This is very important, because at times we are so concentrated, or we are so indulged in looking at the product selling or patent filing in India that we forget or we fail to understand the importance of procuring IP in other countries. And once we realize that we need to take the IP, by the time has lapsed and we do not have the right to file the patent in that particular country. So you have to keep a track of time. You have to make a strategy how you are going to take it forward, and then you have to, accordingly take it forward to the next level.
So for that, it's important to have a strategy in place. Next slide, please. So there are different type of strategies which companies follows. It starts from defensive, it goes to visionary. The first strategy which most of the companies, where most of the people use IPR, is defensive. You file patent to ensure that nobody else uses your technology. Most of the companies invest money for the perspective of defensive, and they are not able to. That's where they were not able to get the revenue out of it. Defensive, it's the basic thing. It's the first thing which comes. You have an innovative product and you want others to exclude from using your product in the market. The first thing is to create some sort of defense. So you file IPR. So here you end up incurring a lot of cost in securing the IPs. This strategy is more of a cost oriented. Um, uh, you know, uh, Concerns are to secure your innovation rather than looking at others. The other aspect of this strategy is that you keep a watch that you should not infringe somebody else's intellectual property. Because at times, if you happen to infringe somebody else's intellectual property, then you end up paying a lot of money to that company. And at times companies get closed because they have to pay a lot of money in infringement, as an infringement money to the other to the other companies, and go out of business because of that. So the basic strategy for most of the companies, or the first type of IP strategy, is defensive. Then comes the cost control. Now you move from defensive to cost control when you start looking at how much money you are incurring in protecting your IPR, how much money you are incurring in doing a due diligence, whether your product is infringing somebody else's intellectual property or not. What kind of portfolio you are having, what kind of royalties, what kind of annuities you are paying for the patents that you have. Do your patents really have worth? So that kind of things which you need to look into comes under the cost control IP strategy. Then the next, once you start evolving, once a company start evolving, they go and they start looking at profit center. They start looking at, you have so many patents lying with you. Now you have done enough defense for your product in the market, but you need to pay the annuity for your patents. So how you are going to recover that money? How you are going to recover the money which you have invested in procuring the IPs that you have? So you look at the profit center. You look at the recovering cost from these patents. So you start looking at who all are infringing your patents. So you go back to them, give license to them, start asking royalties from them. So that's one way. Then you start looking at you start weeding out the patents which might be lying there, but it may not be used, may not be relevant for the technology at a given point of time. The patents which might have filed 10 years back may not be relevant now. So you need to look into your portfolio, trim it, and then pick the IPs which are more relevant, which are more enforceable. Go back and enforce it. So this is where the turning point happened for the organization. Till the organization adopt a profit center IP strategy, they keep on incurring cost in procuring IPs. Cost control strategy definitely brings a control on the cost, but it's still a cost center. So profit center is where you start earning money, which is more than what you have incurred in procuring your IP for the company. Now, then as the company evolve, they bring it a more integrated approach where they make the IP as part of their management. The management start discussion by discussing about IP or innovation rather than talking about the product itself. So integrated approach is where you make IP or innovation as an important aspect for each and every decision whatever happens in the company, right from the top till bottom. And then you start, you look what are the options you have for ensuring that you can make money out of IP, you can protect your IP, you can go aggressive in the market with your vision of having an IP associated product. So that's where your integrated approach comes in. There you are incurring cost, but you are also generating revenue. You make IP as an integral part of your business plan, is where the integrated approach comes. And the last one is visionary. Visionary is where where the IP became the center point of the organization's future future vision. So the company start planning how they are going to use IP for their future growth. That's the highest level of integration of IP in a business policy, where you start planning your future markets, your future growth by leveraging your IP, not only your products. So it's not only about product discussion at that level. The IP is already integrated as part of every level in the organization, right from the top management till bottom. And then it start taking the center stage, where every discussion start with having an IP strategy in place for the future products, and how you're going to leverage IP in and caching your IP. Now it's you see a curve here, which start from defensive, go to visionary, but it's actually it's not that the companies evolve like that. Company can evolve by adopting the visionary itself at the beginning. Or they can choose to be profit center at the beginning itself. It's about how companies adopt. Most of the companies do go defensive and then they evolve towards a visionary, but it's not a hard and fast rule that you have to first go defensive, then cost control, then profit center. No, it's based on how you want it to go. Particularly for MSMEs, it's important to have a visionary IP strategy, because if they have that kind of IP strategy, that can give them the maximum leverage. Right before procuring an IP, they will have a strategy. Right before launching a product in the market, they will have a chalk out strategy, how they are going to use different kind of IPRs, what IPRs needs to be procured, and how they need to work towards procuring those IPRs, and use those IPRs for taking your product in the market. This is important for small innovators or the individual innovators or the companies, because most of the time we feel that we have a patent or we have a trademark, then we are secure. That's it. No, we have a patent, that means we are going to have a very good product in the market. No. Product selling is one aspect, IP is another aspect. IP is provides leverage for marketing, but you have to still have a marketing plan. You still have to have a product selling plan, and that's where if you use IP around it and then you develop your marketing plan accordingly, then it will help. But if you keep IP as the base of your marketing plan, then it's not going to work, because having a patentable product does not mean that it's a marketable product also. Marketability and patentability are two different things. Next slide, please. Please, next slide. So let me give you a case study here. How companies have used IP for growth, or high individual. This is a case study which I have pulled for an individual inventor. Now this ring, we use all these scans, which are available in the market. These scans have a ring to open these scans. I'm sure all of you would have noticed this. Now, this invention for this opening the cans was invented back in 1970s by an individual inventor, Mr. ML. He was an individual inventor. He invented, before that, can openers used to be used for opening the cans, and because of that, the cans were not very marketable product. Most of the companies like Coke at that point of time used to sell their beverages in glass bottles. Plastics was not available at that point of time. So they used to sell it in glass bottles, which was very fragile, not easy for transportation. So this innovation, this person came up with an invention for opening the cans using this ring pull opener. He filed a patent. He got a patent grant for it, and then he went to Coca-Cola company, who was the largest largest beverage seller at that point of time. And he said, okay, I have a patent for this, and would you like to use it? So Coke looked at the innovation. They really got excited. They immediately understood that it's going to be a very good option for selling their beverages in cans, aluminum or steel cans. So they immediately said, okay, we are interested and we would like to buy your invention. What is the price you are going to ask for it? Now, this inventor was a visionary. He understood the value of his invention. So he said, I am not going to charge us, anything from you for my invention. I will give it for free. Then Coke got even more excited. He said, oh, this is a good invention, but you are selling it for free. They said, no, I will charge a royalty for it. Then they said, okay, how much royalty you would charge? He said, I will ask, I will ask 1/10 of a penny. That is 1/10 of a paisa. For every product which you sell in the market with my ring. Coke got really excited because at that point of time the selling of those cans was very few, because it was very complex to open those cans. So the marketability of the cans was hardly there. And then when this inventor said 1/10 of a penny, they really get excited, because actually they are not going to give any money to this inventor, and they're still going to use the invention. So they started using the ring, this invention with their product, and with this their cans became really popular in the market. And within a span of two years, they were selling millions of cans in the market. And during the peak time of their invention, this inventor used to get 148,000 pounds a day in royalty. I'm not talking about a year, and I'm talking about 1970s. Imagine 50 years back, when this the value of pound was, you can compare the value of pound. So the point here is that it's the vision of the inventor which have enabled that person to get the value out of it. Now, most of the inventors today, as an L&T, I see people come there with their invention. They come with an idea. They said, we have filed a patent, we wanted to sell it. They said, okay, how much money you expect? Then they immediately said, we want crores of rupees. And most of them are ready to sell and make one-time money out of their ideas. This inventor could have asked for one-time lump sum, thousands of dollars or millions of dollars from the company. Company would have paid it the money, but instead of that, this inventor have a vision, and because of that, he was able to make much more money and much more fame out of his innovation with his vision. Another good example of IP strategy is Dolby. My co-panelist Nishant would talk about the Dolby strategy, but Dolby has effectively used a combination of patents and trademarks, and they really work hard on making strict quality control policies to make sure that their products in the market hold the quality which they wanted to be in the market. And because of that, they were able to establish the quality standard for themselves, and which have resulted in extending or establishing Dolby as a very quality control, a very innovative company in the market. Now with that, I will stop and then we will discuss further things during the question and answer. Back to Amit.
Thank you very much, Faisal ji, for giving really good insights and strategy of the company, how they can evolve.
Amit sir, you are not audible.
Sorry, and
Again, Amit sir, you are not audible. Again, a problem. No, sir, you are not audible now. Please check the system.
hello.
Yes, sir. Yeah, now you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Bridges, for taking it on a note. So first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal.
Sir, again, sir. Hello, Amit sir. Again, you are not audible. Just check your system, sir, once.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Bridges. So first of all, we are thankful to Mr. Faisal for giving a really good session.
Sir, please check your system once. Yes. Now you are audible, sir.
Okay. I don't know what the issue is happening, but okay. Sorry for the interruption. First of all, thank.
Sir, it's not audible. Sir, please check once again why it causes problem.
Hello. I think there are some couple of issues might be in the connection. So without wasting much time, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Sujit Subramanian, who is working as a senior manager, innovation and IP management at Samsung Electronics, and he is going to discuss about protecting intellectual property assets in IoT and artificial intelligence related technologies, do's and don'ts in creating IP in these technology areas. So, welcome, Mr. Sujit. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit. Thanks, Mr. Mohammad Faisal, for that wonderful session, and thanks, Amit, for setting the tone for the whole panel. Just to give you an introduction, I think most of it has been already said. I work for Samsung R&D in Bangalore, and the Samsung R&D in Bangalore works in various technologies like communication protocols and wireless technologies, artificial intelligence, camera, IoT, and mobile services. And they provide R&D solutions for Samsung Electronics, which is headquartered in Korea, as you would all know. I have been working with the IPR department for the last 10 years. We are a 12-member team, and we are working on innovations created in the Bangalore Center. So, since a lot has been said about what is IP, and it was rightly set as a tone for the whole session by Mr. Amit saying IP means business. Definitely, it means business. And a lot has also been said about how it can be used for defensive purposes, what can be done in order to convert IP into profit, how to make IP visionary. That was a good point by Mr. Mohammed Faisal. Now, to take this forward, I felt to give a continuity, it would be good to give you an overview. Now that people have talked about IP and profit and cost, I felt it would be a good opportunity to talk about what are the opportunities in IP when it comes to artificial intelligence, IoT. Now, everyone would have heard these two words. These are buzzwords in the industry. Everyone talks about IoT, industrial IoT, industrial IoT 4.0. These are different words that you would hear. Artificial intelligence, robotics. These are all the buzzwords that you would have heard in the last maybe 4 to 5 years in the business. What are the opportunities? What can be done? What we should not do? This is the overview. If you could pull up the slides, please. Can you share the slides? Yes. The first slide, please. Yes. So what is AI? AI is, everyone looks at AI and then the first image that everyone gets in their mind is, okay, a robot. What is a robot? It's a machine where there is a code running. Now, when you talk about a code, it's a software code. We have to wonder about, okay, where is the software code from? What is the AI model doing? Now, this is the word, AI model. What is an AI model? AI model is the code inside the machine which does something. Now, what does this code do? Or where is the code from? This becomes very important. Which means what? Are we taking the code from outside? Or have we developed the code ourselves? Whether it is borrowed code or have we written the code ourselves? This brings up the important aspect of open source. Right? Everyone would have heard this. Now, these days, it's the norm that we cannot develop everything from scratch. We have to depend a lot from the community, from the developer community. In such cases, what happens is many of the functionalities that are required for AI models are available as libraries, as open source code. Now, when you're downloading them, can you simply download and use them? No. You need to check what are the copyright licenses that would apply for these open source codes. Now, if I were to develop my own code, I need to protect it as well. This would come under copyright. Now, a lot has been said about different types of IP, and code, software code as such, would be protected under copyright. It is important for us to know what are the different licenses that exist by which we can get the best protection for our code. Or if we want to publish the code, if we want to make the code available, then we should know what are the licenses that should be applied for the code. If we are borrowing the code from outside, we should also be aware of what needs to be done for distribution of the code. Some of the licenses make it mandatory for us to distribute the code. Now, I just talked to you about when we are using an AI model, what are the different things to be done. Now, what does the AI model do? When you talk about artificial intelligence, if you have an AI model, then what is the first step for an AI model? It has to learn. This is the second step. That the AI model has to be taught what it has to do. This is a very important and the basic step for any AI model. It has to be taught. It cannot perform anything by itself. Now, what do you mean by learning? And what do you mean by teaching? That means you have to teach and the AI model has to learn. If the AI model has to learn something, you have to provide lots of examples to the AI model. Examples means a lot of data. You have an input data and you have an output. What the AI model will do is it will learn from many examples what it has to do. This is the basis for any AI model functionality, that it has to learn and then it has to provide an output based on the learning. Now, like I mentioned, when you are teaching the AI model something, you will have lots of data. Now, the data can be collated, which means what? I will take data from multiple places and then I will collate the data so that I can teach the AI model something. If I were to take an example, okay, take for example that there is a picture. In the picture, there is a cat. I want my AI model to tell me that the picture has a cat. How will I teach it? I will collect lots of pictures where there is a cat, and I will collect it from the internet, different places. Many pictures. The number of pictures, the more the number and the better the pictures, the better will be the AI model's learning. I will collect it from multiple places, and then I will feed it to the AI model and teach it, okay, this is what a cat looks like. So the next time when the AI model is given a picture with a cat, it will tag correctly that there is a cat in the picture. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the data is being collected from multiple sources. Can I collect the data from multiple sources? What are the terms and conditions for the sources of those pictures? Can I simply download them? What are the license terms for each of those sources? This has to be checked. Or I could have a code by which I can crawl through multiple websites to simply extract all the pictures. Can I do that? Does the site allow that? We have to check that. What are the IP licenses that will be there in the site? That has to be checked. Now, you would also notice in the example that I gave you that I have mentioned in the pictures where the cat is, the data that I'm providing to teach the AI model. This is called as labeling. Any data will be labeled. I will label the data so that the AI model will learn better. That becomes my intellectual property. I have created this large data set which is labeled. It requires a lot of effort that has to be protected. If you are protecting such a data, again, that would be under copyright. What are the licenses that you would apply to it? That becomes important. There are many places where you can get, like the way you have open source, there are many sources for open data as well. These are governed under different licenses similar to open source itself. Like you have different licenses, you would have heard GPL, MIT, BSD. These are all different, very frequently used licenses. It is important for a professional, IP professional, as well as a developer to know what do these licenses mean? What are the do's and don'ts? It is important that we know so that we don't get into trouble later, or we can do the right thing instead of doing the wrong thing to correct later. Now, the next step of the AI model, I just told you, first you have an AI model which learns and then it performs an action. The action, what does the AI model perform as an action? This is something that would be innovative. Is that new? Is the action completely new? Was it not performed at all before? Is the identification of a cat in a picture completely new? It has not been done at all before. It was not possible for any machine to do it before. Then there is an opportunity for an invention. There is an opportunity by which we can protect that invention as a patent. We have to identify, these are the different places you will identify the relevance of IP in artificial intelligence related technologies. We could also have innovations in the AI model itself, that if it is able to learn faster, if it is able to be installed in very small devices, it does not require much memory at all. It can be, it becomes very cost effective. Those are also innovations. You can also teach the AI automatically how much of human intervention is required. It learns by itself. It doesn't require much of intervention from the human user itself or the developer. That itself becomes an innovation. So these are the various aspects of intellectual property in AI technologies. Please, the next slide, please. Now, talking about IoT, what do you mean by Internet of Things? This is a very common buzzword everyone must have heard. IoT is nothing but there are many machines that are around you, many machines, many sensors that are around you that perform different tasks. When they start to collaborate, when they come together to collaborate to perform a certain action, then that is where IoT is applied, or that is where what is IoT technology, just as an overview. Now, I am sure that the next panelist will be talking about patent preparation and how we protect an invention as a patent. It becomes important. Now, we just talked about how there are multiple devices involved. It becomes important that how do we protect an invention where multiple devices are functioning. It's not just one device. It is multiple devices that are collaborating, that are coming together to perform an action. How do we protect the invention as the best pattern that is possible? We have to remember that. How do we ensure that our invention still functions in different types of devices? Now, when we think of an invention, what happens is, as a researcher, any researcher, they would be working in one field only. It becomes important that you apply the invention in different devices so that you'll be able to think of multiple scenarios. Those have to be protected. Now, like I mentioned, these machines have to collaborate. These devices have to collaborate with each other to perform the action. Now, this is the tricky part of IP, isn't it? Because generally, when we talk about IP, it is defensive in nature, first. Second, you also want to stop others from doing something. This is a common aspect that is told when a basic intellectual property session is taken. Now, if you stop others, how do we collaborate? How do we ensure that more and more entities come into the field so that my IoT framework works the best? This is where standards come into picture, which means what? Different people come together, they pool patents together to make standards so that all these machines can talk to each other. Now, when you talk about standards, we still have what is called as standard essential patents, which means we have patents which become parts of standards. And these standards define how different entities collaborate with each other, can talk to each other so that they can work cohesively. There is synergy between these devices. Then it becomes important on what are the licensing terms for such patents. There is something called as FRAND, F-R-A-N-D. FRAND terms for standard essential patents. This becomes an important aspect that everyone should remember. The next point is, okay, there are more companies. You will have to allow collaboration. You will at the same time have to leverage your IP to stop others or maybe to license patents to those other companies. The next point is that these actions that are performed by the different machines, when they collaborate with each other, how do we show an inventive step? The inventive step can be shown as if something is being done much better than before, or if there is a wow experience for the user, then we can definitely show an inventive step. We should also consider what are the different devices that get impacted by the action. Say, for example, I have a car. I park my car in my parking lot, and as I approached my house, the Wi-Fi gets connected to my phone and automatically the lights are turned on. The TV is switched on to play my favorite playlist. And let's say if there is a automatic oven, it is switched on to heat my food. And all of this is done automatically. This is the action. There are different machines that are collaborating with each other to perform this action for you. We have to identify what are the devices that get impacted. What are the different collaboration models that can exist? Who are the different entities who need to be targeted for licensing? So these are the different aspects that we need to consider. And when we file a patent for such inventions, we have to think of all the different scenarios by which actions can be performed in different devices. They are called as embodiments. Now, these are all terms that you would hear when it comes to patent protection. Now, this is the overview that I thought I will just take you through when it comes to intellectual property in artificial intelligence and IoT. Now, I think it would be the right time to end my brief talk, and it would be great to have questions at the end of the session. Maybe there is a Q&A session. So please feel free to ask questions which would be related to these two or anything relating to IP. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Sujit, hello. Hello. I'm audible? Yes, Mr. Sujit, thank you very much for a very brief introduction. These are new and buzzwords for many of us. IoT, artificial intelligence, and in very simplified manner, you try to make all of us understand what are they and how actually they actually works, right? You discuss interestingly about copyright and licensing issues for data collection to make the machine learn about working based on artificial intelligence and IoT devices, right? How to label the data and make all of us understand about the working principle based on the collaborative principles, right? Standard essential patent and FRAN terms, right? So we are thankful to you for making all of us understand about the fundamental aspects of IoT, machine learning, and IP. Thank you. Now moving ahead to our next session. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nishant, right, who is going to discuss about brief about patent litigation, patent prosecution, and preparation along with various acts and principally about the patent aspects of with Indian context. Mr. Nishant is presently working as lead IP consult and heading the litigation and IP department at Dolby Technologies India Private Limited. Welcome, Mr. Nishant.
Thank you, Amit. I hope I'm audible. Hello. I hope you can hear me. Thanks, Amit, Faisal, and Sujit for setting up the tone for this session. My mandate basically is to talk about patent prosecution, patent preparation, and a brief about patent litigation. So I'll take you through all these topics in a very brief manner. I don't have any presentation to share, so unfortunately you'll have to bear with my face instead of any presentations. So I'll begin by I'll just share what Dolby does actually. So Dolby is a pioneering company who makes audio and visual technologies. They have been doing it for the past more than 60 years, and we basically develop all these pioneering technologies which are used in various devices like the mobile phones that you use, the televisions, even the cinemas that you go to uses Dolby's projection technologies and audiovisual technologies. Sujit mentioned about standard essential patents. So basically, we are one of the companies who contributes a lot towards standards in both, as I said, audio and visual technologies. We have standard essential patents, which Sujit had talked about, which again brings in all those obligations which are like the FRAND obligations and the commitment that we have to give to the standard developing organizations for bringing in our patents onto their onto those published standards. But I believe all those things are beyond the scope of what we intend to discuss today. So I'll just limit myself to the basics part. And so from what Faisal and Sujit discussed, I'll just take a step back and begin with what patents actually are. So patents are basically granted for inventions. Now, what does an invention mean? Invention, as per the Indian Patents Act, and I'll limit it to Indian Patents Act because we are discussing it in the Indian context. So I'll just limit my discussions to what it means in the Indian aspect. It is more or less the same throughout the world. So globally, it would also mean almost the same thing. But yeah, as I said, I'm just limiting myself to the Indian context. So the definition of an invention can be found out in Section 21J of the Indian Patents Act, which says that a patent is granted for a new product or a process, which is in a way which involves an inventive step and has an industrial applicability. So the product or a process, you can get a patent for that. You can develop a new product which is not known or which is not publicly disclosed to anyone. So you can claim a patent on that, but that's not the only criteria for which you will get a patent. The product has to be new, and it also has to be involve an inventive step. So now, what does an inventive step mean? An inventive step means that it has to be technically advanced over what is already known or what forms the common general knowledge of the person skilled in the art at that particular time where the invention was made. So I'll just give you a brief example of that. Suppose you are in an era where you have the normal wooden pencils already existing in within the common general knowledge of the skilled person or in the world, and you develop a new pencil which has a rubber positioned on top of it, so that you can rub whatever you have written on a piece of paper. So now, what this addition to a commonly known knowledge of a pencil is that you have added a rubber which adds some technical advancement in that it provides some utility to the user. So you have in a way added an inventive step to the innovation. So if a patent office would have judged that invention at that particular time, it could have granted a patent, and you never know if there might be a patent existing for this particular technology at that particular point of time. Other thing is, it should be industrially applicable in the sense that it could be capable of being made in industry. So what it excludes is somewhat like an abstract idea wherein you are trying to make a mental calculation of something, of probably some process. You develop a mental calculation method of doing a particular method. That is not an industrially applicable innovation in a sense. So you need to, in a way, bring it into a tangible form. So the most essential requirement for a patent is that not ideas, but a tangible representation or implementation of those ideas are actually considered as a patentable subject matter, subject to the condition that this satisfy the novelty and inventive step criteria. So that's what basically an invention means under the Patents Act. Apart from that, there are certain other criteria as well which are looked into, which are covered under Section 3, which defines what is not an invention. So that's a very elaborate section which defines various various types of innovations which may not be considered as inventions which are patentable under the Patents Act. I'll just give you an example. One of that is one of the excluded subject matter could be software per se, which means if you try and patent a computer program, it won't be given a patent because it is a subject matter which can be covered under a copyright. So that's how that distinction has been made. However, if you try and implement that software in a process or in a system wherein the software forms a part of the entire invention, and it enables the invention to carry out a particular task. Then it may be considered as a patentable invention in combination with that software. So this is how there are other factors also, other conditions in Section 3, which define what type of inventions may not be considered as a patentable subject matter. So another example of this is a mere discovery. So if you make a discovery of a particular new scientific principle, so you won't get a patent for that discovery. But if you practically implement that in a device, so that can be considered as a patentable subject matter. So the key aspect in this is a physical manifestation of that particular development that you have made. It has to be considered for patenting, not the core philosophy behind that idea or that idea per se. So these are the two basic criteria which are considered when the patent office examines an invention for giving it a patent or refusing a patent. So that's how it is done, and these are the two basic criteria which are looked into, apart from the various procedural aspects, which I'll just share. So I'll just share what is the process of filing and applying for a patent. Basically, what you need to do is you need to file a patent specification. So there are two types of patent specifications. One is the provisional specification, and another one is the complete specification. Provisional specification is generally when you file just to get a priority date in a way so as to protect the invention in your name, so that nobody else can claim benefit of filing it earlier. So before that, I'll just share that India is a first to file system. So anyone who files the invention first would be considered as the rightful can say inventor of that particular invention. So always make sure that you file your invention as soon as possible, because if you lose that time, somebody else can come up and file a patent application for the same invention. So provisional specification generally helps you in that respect. So if you have an idea which you think you can develop into a tangible implementation which can be useful, and it can be new and innovative, so what you do is you file a provisional specification for that. So provisional specification briefly defines what your invention is. So it broadly takes you through takes the patent office through what the invention is. But the provisional specification is not examined as such by the patent office. What you need to do is you need to file a complete specification following the provisional specification. And the time that is given to you is 12 months to convert that provisional specification to a complete specification. Now, what does a complete specification entail? So it includes the most important part, which is the claim. The claim defines the scope of protection that an innovator is getting. So I'll shortly talk about patent litigation. So whenever there is a litigation, the court looks into the claim which have been granted to the innovator. So the claim in a way defines what your invention is and for what you are getting that protection. So whatever you have disclosed in the claims, whatever you have claimed in those claims, is what you will get as protection and would be considered as your scope of protection that has been given to you. So irrespective of whatever you have disclosed in the complete specification, if it is not there in the claims, you won't get any protection for it. So you have to very carefully draft the claims and seek carefully what protection you want to have by drafting the claims appropriately. So once you file the complete specification is generally published within 18 months of filing of the first application, which could be provisional application, or if you have filed directly the complete specification, your application would be published. So what it means by publishing is that it is brought into the public domain. So there is a patent office journal wherein the patent application is published, and the public is informed that there is an invention that has been filed by this particular individual, and he's trying to claim protection on this particular technology. This is for the purpose because the public needs to know that some protection is being sought, and in case that the public is aware that that particular technology is already being used or is already available in the public domain, prior to filing of the patent application, they can oppose and inform the patent office so as to not grant a patent on that. So if I'll take you back to the definition of invention. It has to be a new and innovative product. It has to be novel. So it should be one which should not have been disclosed anywhere. So that's the reason of publication. In case somebody knows that something like that has already been existing prior to filing of the application, the patent office would not, in a way, go ahead with the granting of patent on that particular invention. So once the application is examined, is published, then it can be published. It can be examined. I'm sorry. You need to file a request for examination for your application to be published, to be examined. Once you file, and one thing I would like to mention here is any application which has not been published won't be examined. So it is mandatory that the application should be published before it can be examined by the patent office. So once the patent office examines it, it issues an examination report which has various prior arts or various objections that the patent office feels are existing in the complete specification. So that could be relating to the novelty of the invention. So there may be some prior arts which could be cited by the patent office, and the applicant is required to reply to those objections, and so as to finally get a patent on that. There may be several rounds of interviews with the controller or the examiner of patents who examines your patent, so as to, in a way, settle any outstanding issues. What happens in a hearing is they come up with their, it's something like what happens in a court. You provide your arguments in support of your innovations, and the patent office has their own set of arguments or questions for you, which you need to reply, and so as to finally settle the outstanding issues. Once you go through all that process, a patent is granted. A patent is granted for a term of 20 years, which is starting from the date of filing of the first application, and the granted patent is entered into a register of patents. So the register of patent maintains details of all patents that have been granted, which whether the annual maintenance fee has been paid in respect of those patents, who are the applicants, who are the patentees, who are the inventors in those particular patents. So all that detail is there in the register of patents, and it is periodically updated with whatever updates happen. So this is a very high level view of what a patent preparation process is, patent preparation and prosecution processes. I just missed one point, which is who can apply for a patent. So a patent can be applied by the true and first inventors or their assignees. So Fazal talked about you can assign your patents, you can sell your patents to someone. So if you assign as an inventor, you assign your rights to a particular company or maybe to a particular person, so that person becomes the assignee. So he can also apply for a patent on your behalf, but you'll be there as listed as the inventor, but he would eventually become the owner and the applicant of the patent. So shifting gears, I'll just shift to what patent litigation entails. The first question is, why do we need to go into patent litigation? So generally, both Sujit and Faisal talked about monetization of patents. So the basic aim behind patents is you want to earn revenues from your technological contributions. So you have secured a patent. Now what next? So you would be either planning to sell it to some company, or maybe you can license your patent to a willing licensee who wants to take license on your technology, like the example shared by Faisal. So about the pull tab on the Coke can. So the technology in that particular patent was licensed to Coca-Cola. So in a similar manner, you can license your technology. But what happens is all this happens through negotiations, discussions. So what happens is you pitch your invention, your technology to or your patents to a particular licensee, one or more licensees or potential licensees who may be using that technology already or who may want to use your technology. So in the event someone is already using your technology and he's not willing to take a license on that particular technology, then comes the need for initiating an infringement action against those companies. So just to give you a brief example, Dolby has standard essential patents, which are standardized technologies which are being used by different mobile companies. And in case those mobile companies are not willing to take a license on those technologies, even though they are using it, we have no option but to sue them and take them through in a litigation suit before the court, wherein we tell the court that our patents are being infringed and we need a remedy against that unauthorized use. So where does the right of a patentee arise from? So it arises from Section 48 of the Patents Act. Basically, it is more of a negative right. It is called as a negative right because what Section 48 states is that you can stop an unauthorized user from making, using, or selling your invention. So it's a negative right in the sense that you are, in a way, trying to stop someone from using your invention. While what we say is the basic aim of patent is dissemination of technology, and so that it should be freely available to all willful users of that technology. But the rights to stop someone comes from the Patents Act, and that is only when there is an unauthorized use of that particular patent by an unwilling licensee. So a suit for infringement is can be instituted in a district court at the lowest level, and depending on what is the amount of damages you are asking from the infringer, you can decide which court to go after. So if your damages amount to more than 2 crore Indian rupees, you can directly approach the Delhi High Court. So I'm just talking about specific to the jurisdiction of the Delhi High Court because that's where we generally Dolby generally litigates. So I'll just limit my talk to that particular jurisdiction. Other courts may have their own jurisdictions and rules and procedures, but as I said, I'll just limit it to Delhi High Court. So any suit for infringement of patent is instituted under the Commercial Courts Act. Delhi High Court is a commercial court wherein you can institute that suit. As I also said, you can institute a suit before before the district court as well. But in the event you file a suit and the infringer files a counter claim for challenging the validity of your patent, then the suit directly shifts to the Delhi High Court. So why would the infringer challenge your patent? Because he feels that probably your patent doesn't deserve being granted a patent. It is not an invention which is patentable under the premise of the Indian Patents Act. So this is one of the defense that is available to an infringer. Whenever you file a suit against an infringer, he can take that defense. The other defense that he can take obviously would be that he's not infringing the patent. But more stronger defense that is generally taken by the defendants is that they challenge your patent on various grounds. So that can be on the ground of Section 21J. They can cite some prior arts or they can rely on Section 3 and challenge the validity of your patent. So whenever this happens, the suit entirely shifts to the Delhi High Court. What happens is before the Delhi High Court, there are arguments and counter arguments. There are evidences that are filed. So as a patentee, we will be filing our evidence in support of our patents. We'll show how the patent is being infringed by the defendant. For that, we need to submit claim charts, a detailed claim charts wherein we map the claims as I earlier mentioned. So claim is the most important part. So we'll map the claims onto the infringing product and show to the court that this is how infringement is happening. On the other side, the defendant would present their own evidence in support of how the patent is not infringed or how the patent is invalid. So all this happens before the court. Then there is cross-examination wherein all the witnesses of both the sides are cross-examined by the other side. So they ask questions regarding whatever evidences we have submitted, and we'll ask questions to the infringers about what evidences they have submitted. And eventually what it leads to is all this material is given to the court, whatever questions have been asked, whatever evidences have been submitted, and the court then begins what is known as the final trial. And in the final trial, both the sides argue in respect of their cases, make their case, and the court analyzes all the documents, the arguments, the evidences, the cross-examination, and based on that takes a decision as to whether a patent has been infringed or whether it is valid, and all those issues that are there in before it for a decision. So this is a very brief about patent litigation. What are the remedies that can be granted? So one of the remedies is a permanent injunction that can be granted, wherein the court says to the infringer to stop using the invention, which means that they'll have to stop sales of their infringing products in the market if they are found to be infringing the patent. The other remedy is the court can also grant damages or account for profit. So damages is what the court calculates as the amount that should be payable to the patentee for the use of his invention by the infringer. So that's a very complex calculation. Economic factors are built into this particular aspect. Again, evidences are submitted with regard to what are the damages that should be granted. The other thing is accounts for profit, wherein the court takes into account what is the profit that the implementer or the infringer earned because of unauthorized use of the invention. So that's another thing that the court can grant. So these are the basic principles and basic procedures about patent litigation, and I'll just stop here because I think we are about time. So maybe I'll take up any questions that are there in the Q&A.
Yeah, Nisanji.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving a very brief introduction about Indian Patent Act, what is invention, what are not inventions, important aspect of provisional patent, complete patent, stages of patent application, prosecution as per Indian patent law, including saying importance of patent register and giving a brief introduction about the IP infringement suits, where to file, how to calculate damages, what are the remedies, what are the evidences being considered by the court. Thank you very much for sharing all these details with all of our participants. Right now, this was a brief session being delivered by all of our mentors today. And now the time is being reached for the question answer session, right? So this was a really insightful session, and we have received a couple of good questions from all our online attendees as well. So one by one, I will raise the questions to each of you. So my first question is to Mr. Mohammad Faisal, and this has been asked by one of our online participant, Miss Rhea. She wants to ask this. She wants decide on IP strategies for their business sustenance.
I lost you,
Okay.
in between.
Yeah. So Miss Rhea, our participant wants to ask a question that how should startups decide on IP strategies for their business sustenance?
Well, that's a tricky part. You know, when it's important to decide the patent filing, as Nishant was talking about, it's most of the jurisdiction have first to file protection granted. It's important to decide to file your invention as quickly as possible, and that's why there's a provision of filing provisional application. At the same time, the moment you file the patent application, a clock start ticking, and that clock decide that you have to ensure in which countries you wanted to secure protection for your invention. You need to decide which all countries you wanted to go and file patent application. Selecting a country is very tricky because every country comes with a cost, and in each and every country you wanted to go and file patent application, you may have to allocate the budget. Also, you need to look whether your product is ready for the market or not. If your product is not ready and it takes too much time after filing patent application, then again it becomes a tricky thing. So you have to put in all the factors together. Also, apart from patent filing, it's important to consider a trademark strategy, or how you are going to protect the brand, or how you are going to build a brand around your product in the market. So all these things has to be considered, and you have to put together all of this in a bucket, and then you have to decide when you are going to file patent, which are the important markets for your product. Is it the patent filing is enough, or do you need to go for design registration? Do you need to go for trademark filing? And what would be the right time for procuring all these things? Like for trademark, you can go registration a little later. You do not need to incur that cost at upfront, because trademark protection start from the usage, not from the first to file, whereas patent and design protection start from the filing of patent application. So it's important to hire an IP expert, involve an IP expert in creating a product plan, a product market plan for your thing, and then you go and go ahead in the market with the right strategy. I hope that answers Ms. Shriya's question.
Yes, yes. So very good, very good. And thank you, Mr. Faisal, for answering Shreya's question. Next question to you by Miss Megha. She wants to know that what gets wrong when companies decide on their IP strategy. What are the biggest mistakes company are making?
Well, that's a good question. So, most of the time what happens, you end up losing two aspects. First is that if you end up procuring a lot of non-performing patents, you end up incurring a lot of non-performing assets for the company. Uh, Needless to mention that patent filing is not only cost, but you have to keep that cost incurring by in terms of paying the annuities. Once keep on once you have to pay after the patent is granted. And that annuity you have to pay for each and every country wherever you are filing the patent application. So you have to ensure that the product, the patent which you are filing for a particular product in a particular geography, have a market in that particular geography, maybe today or maybe in future, so that you keep a tab on the cost. If you go wrong there, then you may end up, incurring huge cost for the organization. The second aspect is that if you don't select a particular geography within the time frame, because as I said, patent filing is a time-bound thing. If you lose that time, you may lose the right to file a patent application. So you may end up losing a particular market. That happened to one of my clients. They filed patent application in India. They were working on the product, and then they were still working on the strategy to decide which countries they wanted to file patent application and all. In the meantime, somebody else filed a patent in a country which has a very potential market for them. They filed patent application, and another trouble with patent application is that you file the patent application, it remains in the patent office for 18 months. Only after 18 months the patent document became public. So it's very difficult, or rather impossible, to identify who have filed patent application in the last 18 months. So they missed just for a couple of months. They filed the patent application in India. They went and filed patent application in that particular country also. But what they realized, that the patent application was already filed in that country by someone else, and they end up losing the market for that particular country, which was a very big potential market for them. So it's important, so if you go wrong on IP strategy, you end up losing business. That's what I can conclude.
Yes, very important aspect and very good insights from your really rich experience, Mr. Faisal, must to say, right? Now moving ahead, we will get back to you with more questions. Now moving ahead to Mr. Sujit, we have a question from participant, right? One of our participants, Ms. Priyanka Joshi, has raised a question that can artificial intelligence generated data be considered as a prior art for patentability? And another question is been asked by Mr. Jonath Joshi to you. He wants to ask that how do you patent AI models that are primarily math and software? In Indian software, patentability is an issue. If you can discuss some challenges which are being faced based on such kind of pretty tricky areas of innovative aspect.
First question is about prior art. I think the definition of prior art, Nishant also touched upon it, and its definition of prior art is pretty absolute. Anything that is published before your invention, that is prior art. So I don't think we have to distinguish between AI generated, or AI is after all made by humans only still. So at the end of it, the source is still a human being. That's what I would feel. But definition of prior art is absolute. Anything that is published before your invention should be, and that is available in public domain, is definitely prior art. That's the answer to the first question that I would like to give. Second question, I think it's a usual question that comes up. Issue of software patenting in India. I think as soon as we heard that phrase, all of us were smiling. It's a debated topic. There is no need for debate, although it is debated. And the question was whether AI models they're mathematical in nature. Yes, they are mathematical in nature. A lot of it is statistics, probability. These are all the different mathematical functions that are involved. My question is that don't we have mathematics in every domain? We have mathematics in every domain. We have mathematics that is applied in every domain. And the application of AI models, when it is applied in a device, what it performs, what it does, that is what is important. When people say that software inventions is an issue in India, no, it is not. It's just that software code as such is not patentable. That is what even the law says. As in, I'm not, I wouldn't get into the legal part of it, but as long as it is not a code, it is a process. which performs a function, whether it is an AI model, whether it is a software product, it should still be patentable. I think that is what is the logic that should be applied. Even people should search on the IPO website. If you do a class-based search, check on how many patents are granted for AI models, or if you were to check it, you will find that there are many patents that are granted. There are many patents that are not granted also, but that wouldn't be because they are software code. It is because they are not novel or there are other issues to the invention. So it is better to check what is patentable and what is not. Whether it is a software or not is a later point that we need to check, whether we need to dwell into deeply.
So, Mr. Sujit, can we expect some kind of major changes under Patent Act in India or internationally? Based on there are many number of innovations which are generated based on AI system. Machine based on the data, machine is inventing something new, and that is making a all different way of changing the innovation ecosystem. So, can we expect some kind of major changes in patent acts?
I think law pretty much has been uniform and it is pretty much the same. Yes, amendments have come, but then there are guidelines that are issued at regular intervals on how to examine a patent. I think these guidelines have pretty much served as a manual for or how the patents are examined by patent office. There are case laws in different countries on what is patented, what can be patented, what cannot be. Now that is all on interpretation of the law, and that is evolving. The interpretation of law keeps evolving. The interpretation of act keeps changing based on conditions. But I think as long as there is innovation, as long as there is an invention, as long as there is a human impact to the invention, in the sense there was talk about inventive step. Nishan spoke about what is an inventive step. As long as there is a technical advancement, I believe personally, yes, it should be allowed to patent. If there is IP means business. We spoke about it earlier, right? As long as there is a business significance, it has to be protected. It should be patented, and I think that is how it is progressing as well. There is nothing. I have not seen an alarming trend where many rejections are coming. Patent office has also been helpful. They're, like you said, they're examining. The many examiners are there. If you look at the different sections, in the sense classifications, the patents are getting granted more and more. The report that you had shared, you will see many of the patents are coming. More and more patents are coming from Karnataka, which is there are many IT companies. It wouldn't be a surprise if they're not getting patents, isn't it? So many of the patent filing companies are all software service companies. So there is nothing. There is no alarming data to show that we are going against the trend. It is still positive.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Sujit, for answering these questions.
Thank
Now,
you.
moving ahead to Mr. Nishan. One of our participant, Jonath Joshi, has raised question to you. What if we don't file a patent before the competition, but we prove that we were working on it before the competition? Does this make our work prior art for any other person?
What does the last line you mentioned? Does our work?
The student want to. They haven't filed any patent, right? They taken part into conference, and meanwhile any other person has filed a patent application, right? So by any means they can prove that their invention, it's a part of prior art work.
So, so there are two parts to it. One thing is whether it can be considered as prior art or not. So there have been very old decisions wherein it has been stated that what forms a prior art, it would be something which is there in the public domain. So if the disclosure was there available to the public, even if to a small portion of it, and it can be assumed that most of the public would be knowing about it, it can still be considered as a prior art. So it all depends on the type of disclosure that has been done with regard to the prior art. The other thing is if someone else files a patent before you, what you can do as such is try and challenge the patent or patent application which has the patent which has been granted on there are grounds under section 64 where it says that the patent has been wrongfully obtained or has been obtained on a false representation. So 64.1c and 64.1j. But again, there are no judicial precedents in that respect. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to prove that your invention pre-existed, your research and everything was existing prior to what the other company, your competitor, has filed before the patent office. So generally, I have been talking to people, I've been talking to innovators. My general advice is to keep lab notes, dated lab notes, or any type of note which particularly brings out that this is the date when you made those innovations or incremental changes in particular technology that you are developing. I'm not sure how the court would take that, but because there, as I said, there are no judicial precedents. But that's the best chance that you can take, I think.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Mr. Faisal, Mr. Sujit, would you like to add anything into this?
I think Nishant has covered more or less all the point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he had pretty much explained it completely. You know, if something is not available in public domain, then it's became very difficult to prove it as a prior art. If something is available in any form, it doesn't matter which language, which form it is available. But if it is available to masses, then it can be used as a prior art.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nishant, another question to you from our participant, Ms. Satyogi. Question is, how do we set the price of a product well protected by IP? Can we use any model for IP value determination, especially in the context of telecommunication? She has raised question to you, but I would also request our other mentors as well, right? What models for IP value determination can be used for the product protected by IP?
So I'll take it first, and maybe then
Yeah.
others can add it. So as I understand, the question talks about how to determine the price of a product. So unfortunately, the product would include many type of IPs. So a mobile phone now would have, maybe you can say, 15,000 patents built into it. So determining the price of that particular product in view of those particular IPs could be a very complex task. No wonder that is done. But I would say I am not from a product-based company, so I'm not very sure about how that pricing of a product is determined in consideration of what all IPs are built into it. One of the factors would be, obviously, they take all these companies have to take licenses for the protected technologies. One of them being standard essential patents. So obviously those royalty burdens are built into the price of the product. But again, there are other factors also, not only the royalty part. There are other factors also which brings in the combined value of that particular product. Coming to how I believe maybe the question is also towards how the value of an IP asset is determined. So there are different theories. There are different procedures to do that, which is better left to the economic experts who do it. But I'll just share my views on how it is done. Generally, it is done based on the determining the strength of the patent or the portfolio. If you are licensing the entire portfolio, so you determine what is the overall strength of your portfolio. Not all patents in your portfolio would be, if you can say, equally strong. So there might be some which might be very strong, some which might be very, you can say, not weak, but not that important in that particular technology. So like also, I talk about standardized technology. So which of the patents map onto a particular standardized technology, and maybe the essential parts of it that those patents would have obviously more value as compared to the ones which are not mapping onto the essential part, which is we call as the normative part of the standard. So that's one of the criteria. The other criteria is you determine for patent strength. You also determine what are the number of forward citations. Then what is the age of the patent? How long would it still exist in the ecosystem? And what is the portfolio size? What is the jurisdictional strength? You might have strong patents in India and China, but not stronger patents in Africa. So then you, in a way, try and balance out all those things by bringing out a blended sort of royalty rate for the entire portfolio, taking into account all these aspects. So this is broadly what I can tell about how an IP valuation is done.
Okay. Mr. Faisal, can you add something with respect to IP valuation models?
Yeah, Nishant has pretty much covered all of it. Only a couple of things would be, you can look at what is the cost for an alternative. If you are offering your product to a company and there's an alternative is available, then you can compare the cost with that, and that could be one of the factors. And the second thing is that what exclusion you are providing to a person. If you are providing them an exclusive market, your IP is providing an exclusive market for your product, then definitely it will govern the price. But apart from that, Nishant has already covered most of the factors which are used for determining the value of an IP.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Next question to Mr. Nishant is, does the drafting and subsequent prosecution of standard essential patent change in any way? Right? Would I also request to Mr. Subramaniam to answer the same jointly?
Okay, so I'll begin and then Sujit, maybe you can pitch in with that. So let me just briefly say that a standard essential patent is not something which has been built out of the blue. It is not something which is different from what an ordinary patent is. In fact, the patent generally precedes a standard. So it becomes a standard essential patent after a standard is you can say finalized. So before that, even the standard essential patent would have been existing as an ordinary patent. So what happens in a standardization process is all companies come together and contribute their technology. That technology obviously is covered in those patents. So those patents have already been drafted, have already been formed, and then those are contributed to a standard. So in a way, there's nothing like a difference between a standard essential patent and a normal non-SEP patent. Even there has been several, you can say, decisions of the court worldwide wherein it has been specifically pointed out that a normal patent is not any way different from a standard essential patent. So they are to be given the same treatment in respect of prosecution, in respect of litigation, in respect of all other aspects. So the short answer to this is no. There's no different strategy as regards protection of or even drafting of a standard essential patent and a normal patent. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you, Nishant.
Sujit, can you add?
Yeah, just to add to what Nishant has very well put it. In summary, there is nothing different. It is still a patent. The reason I think this comes up is, okay, what is standard essential? There is a standard. Standard means a lot of people following something. It's an industry, we say, right? It's an industry standard. So a lot of people coming together to collaborate and work on a solution by which they can all talk to each other. They have their own solutions, and the solutions get accepted into the standards. The companies may have patents for those solutions. Okay, there could be a problem and they're providing a solution for that problem. It could be as simple as there's a tower, the tower has to connect to the mobile. Mobile is made by one company, tower will be made by another company. these two companies have to talk to each other. They will have now when they are accepted by the standards body. It is called a standards body. Say for example, it could be that 3GPP is the standards body that everyone is aware of. It gets accepted by the standards body. That solution gets accepted. We get a granted patent also. That is important. The patent has to be granted. It has to qualify all the usual conditions for a patent. It has to be novel. It has to be inventive. All those criteria still exist. You prosecute it the same way as any other patent. You get an office action. You respond to the office action. You amend your claims so that the examiner grants your patent, and then you get a granted patent. All processes are same. You check if your granted patent is still mapping onto the standards or not, and then it is still relevant to those standards, and then you make a declaration to the standards body, like I said, example as a 3GPP, saying that I have a standard essential patent, and then it gets adopted standards. That is all. It is otherwise it is still a patent. And then, like I said, there are some licensing terms for it. There will be FRAND-based royalty for it. Those are all different aspects. Otherwise, it is still a patent.
So for patents to be eligible as a standard essential patent, first of all, it requires to be prosecuted normally as other patents. And once it gets granted patent, then to be approved by the standard setting bodies.
Exactly.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Next question to Mr. Faisal from our participant, Dr. Amit. He wants to ask that industry academia collaboration is very important as far as invention and innovations are concerned. However, we as a India is very poor in our country. And what steps should be taken so that it should be improved?
That's a good question, Amit. In fact, that is one of the concern. The government has already started taking up steps towards it. There are push to academic institutions, particularly the research institutions where the candidates are doing PhDs. There's a push from government that if they have filed patent for the research work for which they are doing the PhDs, the process of awarding PhDs would be faster. But one aspect which is lacking and where the institutions get discouraged is the monetization of these patents. IITs, if you look at IITs, it has huge number of patents which they have filed. Other institutions are trailing behind. They have started understanding the importance of patents, and they have started filing patent applications also. But the only challenge that they have is that they have these patents. They have incurred a lot of cost in filing these patent applications. But because they are not the companies, they are not able to commercialize it. They are not able to sell it. They are not able to monetize it. For commercializing it, for selling it, they need support from industry. So what is missing is a effective collaboration between industries and the academia. That's where the difference is. As if you look at the US universities, they will have they will have patents, and they monetize patent by getting associated with the companies. They sell their IPs, they retain their IPs, they license their IPs. Whereas we are still in the stage where we are just filing. We have to go to the next stage where we start monetizing. The institutions start monetizing the IPs that they have, and once that happens, then I think we will reach there. So we are on the way. It's not that we are lagging behind. We started a little late, but we are on the way. IITs already have huge number of patents. Government institutions have a lot of patents now, and then they are moving forward to the place where they are looking at how they can commercialize their IPs. They have started talking to the organizations, but an effective or visible scenario where they will be started making good amount of money from these IPs is yet to be seen, which I believe we will see in near future. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Faisal. And it is always a debatable topic, and there is nothing like one model fits everyone, right? It depends from industry to industry, location city to city, and from person to person, right? Actually, it's an interaction between two persons, right? A faculty and a representative from industry. So what is their matchup criteria, and based on that it evolves, right?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely the ecosystem plays a very important role in many areas. What are the policies, how the industry and the institute both are ready to open up, and accordingly it defines a way forward,
Yes.
right?
One aspect
Yeah.
which I missed is that the academia they look at the patents and the technology from academic perspective. Whereas when it comes to the organization, they look from the commercial perspective. That's where a little bit of disconnect. As I said, IITs have a lot of patents. They have not only pending patents but granted patents piled up with them. But the challenge only comes, when you start looking at the commerciality of those things. So that is another one gap which I think needs to be worked together, and that will become more that will goes away once the organization, Indian companies, started working closely with academia and then start communicating that what they need from commercial perspective, and academia bring in their expertise, their knowledge to convert that technology into a commercial viable technology. So when both of them work together, then definitely it will work.
Okay, okay, quite good. Mr. Nishan, then Mr. Sujit, if you want to add anything with respect to industry academia collaboration, how it can be further improved in Indian context.
Uh, who's going first?
Go ahead, Nishan. Yeah.
Sorry. So I think as Fazal said, there's a disconnect in terms of what the academia is doing and what the industry is doing. The intent that is lacking at times, what I feel is in the academia side, is to try and commercialize it. It's more for the academic benefits that they look out for. I think they need to be provided some platform wherein they have that capability, or you can say the facility to even try and commercialize their patents. There have been several discussions. I think maybe NDRC was trying to bring up a common platform wherein all the innovations can be listed, so that it can be sort of an IP exchange wherein people get to know of what are the innovations existing in the market which can be commercialized. But so far, I believe nothing has happened. I'm not very well informed about what's the status of that. So probably we need to have some platform wherein the industry is made aware of what are the developments happening in the academia, and I'm sure there are good innovations being developed in the universities and the colleges that we have. So I believe that's the challenge that we are facing as of now. This is how we can use or provide a platform wherein all this can be in a way shared on a common platform.
Okay. Okay. Hmm.
I think all the points are very close to the question and the point that why there is a lack of collaboration, or why the collaboration is still low. I think there are two aspects to it. One is academia; they have a research focus. They have a focus towards. I feel that more publication of papers. That's what is still the trend. Although the trend is changing, there are many success stories when it comes to knowledge transfer between academia and the industry. It is happening. It is changing. There is a slow mindset change that is coming. I'm sure that many from the academia are also as participants today, and they're here to know about IP, which itself is a mindset change. Second aspect to it is that there is a product focus that has to be brought into the academia. I wouldn't say they lack it, but it has to be brought because they are working in research. They have to slightly shift to a product focus, because industry would like to collaborate if they're able to augment what they are doing by themselves with what academia is doing. So this synergy can happen only if the academia is able to bring little more product focus. I wouldn't say shift to product focus, because then they would become nothing different from industry. The good thing about academia is that they have a long-term vision, whereas many of the companies are looking at, okay, they do look at long-term, but they are worried more about the P&L and profits. So academia can try to augment that long-term vision and try to bring some product focus. That way, maybe more and more collaboration can become possible. IP, of
Thank
course,
you.
can play a role in the value.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really good insights from all of you on the same questions. Really good. Yeah. Next question to Mr. Sujit. Uh, what are the sources for making strategies for leveraging IP for disruptive technologies?
So for disruptive technologies, what it mean, like, I would call it more like emerging technologies, and what are the new areas where we feel, okay, the industry gets pivoted. Generally, when we may try to make an IP strategy, or when we try to make a patenting strategy, what we try to look at is we try to see what would be the usual patent landscape is one usual term that we look at. It means, what are the companies trying to do right now? If you're only looking at patent as an input, that is one way. Another way is to look at what are the user demands. Where do you see that the user demand is progressing? Okay, are we looking at real-time processing? Are we looking at more services that would be delivered at home? So these are all some of the user demands that can be considered. So having an IP strategy, it's not just about looking at the IP landscape. You should also look at the other factors, like what are the user demands? What are the factors that can be considered for satisfying those user demands? I think these are the two aspects that you should look at while making strategy.
From our participant, Mr. Swapnil, he wants to ask that, can we approach any third party for patent licensing deal drafting for a patent license agreement, and for specially such kind of patents which are yet not granted, right, which are still under the prosecution stage? What should be the strategy and what steps to be taken care of?
Right. So, first of all, a patent application which is not granted is not a patent. So, so it should be a patent license for an application, or it would be a patent application license, I would say. So, you can see a patent license agreement again is not anything which is different from a normal license agreement or a contract. It's a usual contract. So two parties can agree to collaborate on a particular thing, or make a contract between themselves. So it's all about meeting of minds. What the two companies or parties are comfortable with. So very well, you can go for licensing of a patent application, provided the other side is willing to take that risk, because a patent application again entails a risk that maybe it might not be granted, maybe it might not be a very strong patent when it is granted. So these are the considerations that the third party would always take into account whenever they try and enter or negotiate a patent application license agreement with you. Obviously, they'll have their own arguments regarding how the patent application is not that, the innovation being covered is not that strong, or maybe there are so many forward citations and there are so many patent citations. So probably it may, in a way, be challenged at one stage or the other. So that's these are the arguments that the other side would always try and bring up. So the strategy for going into such a license would be that you make an analysis of your patent application or your innovation at your own end. You first try and find out how strong your innovation is, how strong your patent is. You have, in a way, and during the course of the prosecution of your patent application, you have taken care of all the compliance you can say compliances that are required under the Patents Act. So you don't miss out on any of those procedural aspects wherein your patent can be in a way invalidated based on a lapse on any of those criteria. So that's one thing. The other thing is obviously the novelty and inventive step of your invention, how strong your patent is. So yes, short answer, yes, you can go for a license agreement on a patent application. It all depends on how the other side evaluates your patent. You will have to go into a hard sort of a negotiation for that license agreement, because obviously both the sides will be in a way trying to gain a better stand in terms of what the royalty rate will be, or what the monetary benefits should be flowing from one side to the other. So yes, so you need to prepare well for any such discussions in the manner I described.
Okay. Okay. So, on behalf of all participants, it's my question to all of you that apart from IPO, as a patent file history documents we can access, but apart from IPO, what are the good sources from where one can find the good format for technology licensing and IP commercialization deals? Because many a times it has been observed that whatever the licensing document submitted to IPO, they doesn't reveal all the details.
So should I begin? I'll just say, Amit, you're asking for too much.
Yeah, I think that
Because actually this is all these license agreements are confidential in the sense, because there are confidential business informations that are shared between the two parties who indulge in that licensing discussion. So and there are, you can say, there may be details about the potential outflow of payment from the licensee to the licensor. So all these agreements are strictly confidential. And in fact, there are terms in the generally terms in the license agreement wherein both the sides are required to maintain that confidentiality of the license agreements. So even at times you are not even allowed to disclose the existence of a license, or sometimes. So I am not saying it happens every time, but there are occasions where that can be done by the parties. As I said, it is only a contract. It is again depends on what the two firms agree to do. So they can agree to, you can say, anything under the sun, which is obviously, if allowable by the law of that land, you cannot do anything about it. So these are all, as I said, confidential agreements. Probably you won't find it anywhere unless and until someone just went ahead and breached confidentiality and posted it somewhere online. So.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think to add to what Nishant said, I think the question arises out of the fact that Indian patent law require a patentee to submit the commercial information with the Indian Patent Office, I think on Form 27. The objective of that requirement is to understand whether the invention or the patent has been commercially made available to the masses or not. The objective is not to disclose how much money a patentee is generating out of it, particularly from the perspective of allowing a compulsory license in case there is a need to be. So that is the reason why people don't share the confidential information. As Nishant indicated, it's very confidential for every company. It's a confidential document and it cannot be shared. So they don't share. They share the information about whether it is commercialized or not, but that's it. More than that is not required to be disclosed. And I mean, there's no reason why a patentee will disclose that information to masses.
Okay. So my next question is to all of you from our participant, Dr. Amit Tiwari. He wants to ask that why we as a country are way behind as far as patent filing, grant and commercialization is compared with respect to other top innovative countries.
I will go first on that, Amit. There are a lot of reasons, and one of the important reasons, which I believe, this is only my belief, it's again debatable subject matter, but one of the important aspects which I feel we lag in terms of showcasing that we are less innovative. India is not a less innovative country. I can bet on that. If you look at the number of people, if you have a way to identify how many, list all the inventors, file across the globe, and determine from which national they belongs to, India would be among top 5. I can bet on that. But unfortunately, we don't have that way. So Indians go all across the globe. They file patent application all across the globe. There's a requirement that you have to file the patent first in the country where you resides. In most of the countries, that requirement is there. That is the requirement in India also. So they have to file wherever they are residing, and then the patent get granted and so on. But the challenge that I face, which I see from Indian perspective, is that in India the litigation is one important bottleneck. The countries where the patents are filed more, or the companies would like to secure patents where the enforcement of IP rights is better. In India, if you see litigation trends, trademark is well-established litigation practices are there. Copyright, well-established litigation practices there. Patent is still evolving. It's much better as compared to 10 years back. We are evolving, but still we are lagging far behind. In some countries, they have a specialized code who can understand technology, who can take it on a faster level. We are not there yet. So that is one important factor which I believe. Second important factor which I believe is that lack of utility model protection in India. In many countries, there's a utility model protection, which is somewhere between patents and design, which will have low inventive threshold, but still allow people to understand the IP protection process. Right now, what happens, patent is a more complicated way. The inventive threshold for patent is much higher. So for the grassroots innovators, the people who are doing innovation at the rural level, when they go back and then they showcase their innovations, they are really good innovations. But the problem is that it cannot be patented, and it cannot be patented because they lack somewhere the inventive step. They may be novel, but lack inventive step. So utility model is one way where the inventors get a quick protection. It's a very quick process, cost-effective process, and the inventive threshold for the invention is very less when it is considered for utility models. But unfortunately, many countries do not have, and so as India do not have it also. So that if you have a utility model practice, then that allows people to understand how the whole process works at a very faster pace and at a lesser cost. So that is one of the reasons why I believe we are lagging behind in terms of patent filing. But otherwise, we Indians are definitely leading in the innovations that I can bet on.
Very true. Yeah, definitely. And there are a number of examples. Are there many number of multinational corporations are there in which the yes. Any other insights from our other panelists?
Sujit, go next.
Yeah, just a quick point I would like to make is the question that we all tend to ask is, why is one country better than us, or why do they top, or what should we do to catch up with the other country, etc. That is the question that we generally ask. Yes, Mr. Faisal also mentioned some points as to what helped the other country to reach such numbers. What did they do? There are some strategies that they had. They had special codes. They have separate thresholds for patents. They have set a separate threshold for patenting. They allow those petty patents or utility patents. We also had debates about whether we should have what was called as jugaad patents, whether they should allow or not. what I feel personally, this is a personal opinion, that see, a strategy might have worked there. Whether it will work here or not, whether this is the right time to apply those strategies here as well, whether we should follow the same or not to drive IP creation, that is something that we need to ask ourselves. We have a different industry mindset altogether as a country, whereas China would be looked at more as a manufacturing and manufacturing hub to us, and we are also trying to catch up when it comes to manufacturing, where we are still many of the companies that are top filing companies are service companies. Whether we can do service innovations and whether that is a field, if there are service innovations, do we need to file so many IPs to protect service innovations? So these are the questions that we should ask, whether we have to play the quantity game or the quality game. Right? Even with IP, whether it is with numbers or whether it is with the quantity. That's what I think we should ask, rather than whether we should try to top another country, whether we should catch up with another country, whether we should follow the same strategy or not.
Yeah, I also would add one point. Uh, there is a very well-known maxim, or you can say, Indians say that quality will only come after quantity, right? You can just not pretend by that we will only produce quality, 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 and that's why we have low in number. The world average for IP commercialization is very minimum. You can say 4%, 4 to 6%, right? And in that area, if we are looking at the number of patents filed by Indians, just 15,000, and just calculate 4% of it, the number itself would be very minimum, right? And apart from those aspects, if you will say why we are not excelling, so yeah, this is the biggest question. And at the same time, with respect to those number by USA or China, 5 lakh patents or 15 lakh patents, and if you will calculate just 4% or even 3%, the number would be even more. And it would certainly help with respect to higher or better of economy build-up, more number of job creation, or better aspect of GDP development of the country, right? So I think this also question to one of our other participants question, why does China tops in all types of IP filing and why not the India? It is lack of awareness or the language barrier, or what are the reasons? So yeah, certainly the IP awareness is the biggest bottleneck. What I personally assumes or feels like it, right? In other countries, it is to be said that it is no matter they are graduate or not, but yes, they are aware of, and they knows that in existing product as well, with respect to smaller innovative aspect, one small feature development as well, they knows that very small people or even the school kids, they know that yes, there is if this invention is eligible for patentability and they have a support system available. Government has worked a lot to develop such support system for making all those and to support all those innovators from the schools, non-educated people, from MSME units to the biggest giants. And that's play a crucial role for all of them to achieve a higher number. And we collectively, all the participants, all the moderators, government, and industry, we have to work together to make these numbers higher in days to come, right? So this was really very insightful session, and on behalf of CII, Tamil Nadu Technology Development Promotion Center, Intellectual Society for Entrepreneurship and Research Development, ISERD India. I thank all our mentors, Mr. Faisal, Mr. Sujit, and Mr. Nisan, for sharing their insights and sparing time from their busy schedule to give insightful session with all our participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us and allowing us to share our thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would request all the participants to stay tuned with us. Our next session in the post lunch would be at the time of 3:30 p.m. and it would be on the relevance of IPR in pharmaceutical industry post COVID era. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress. Without innovation, your phone wouldn't be smart, there'd be no GPS, no music on the go, and no HD video, stories without special effects, no colour, no sound. And unable to look inside the human body, doctors would be in the dark. The intellectual property system exists to encourage the innovators and creators who make the world a better place. The World Intellectual Property Organization, a specialised agency of the United Nations, helps them do this every day across the globe. WIPO provides a forum where governments debate and shape intellectual property laws, such as copyright laws, to adapt them to the changing needs of our global digital society. WIPO's goal is to make intellectual property work for everyone. WIPO operates international filing systems that make it easier to protect and promote inventions, brands, and designs across borders. Everyone, from individual inventors and small businesses to the world's biggest companies, can file a single application through WIPO's PCT, Madrid and Hague systems to apply for protection in countries across the world. This saves them time and money. In the last 50 years, WIPO has processed over 4.5 million international patent, trademark and design applications for everything, from machine tools to medicines to solar panels. And when disagreements arise over IP, WIPO provides arbitration and mediation as an alternative to costly court proceedings. WIPO gives people the tools to use IP effectively, helping people in developing countries to make a living from their ingenuity and creativity. That means more opportunity and more jobs. Innovation requires information. WIPO provides free access to
of the 117 governments involved have achieved an extraordinary success. We have achieved something together, I think, of considerable moment. With your approval, therefore, I gavel the Uruguay round as concluded.
Greetings. I hope this message finds you and your families safe and well. I am delighted.
Greetings from Geneva. My name is Charles Randolph. I am head of global health at the World Intellectual Property Organization. And I would like to thank the conference organizers for affording us the opportunity to speak at this conference. For my part, on September 15th, I will be speaking in session 4, introducing the Global Innovation Index that WIPO and its partners launched earlier this month, as well as discussing the trilateral cooperation among the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and WIPO. On September 16th, in session 6, I will be introducing the WIPO Research Global Public-Private Consortium and explaining how that uses intellectual property to advance the global health agenda. And I will be also reviewing various measures and actions that WIPO has taken in relation to the global pandemic. Thanks very much, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress. Without innovation, your phone wouldn't be smart, there'd be no GPS, no music on the go, and no HD video, stories without special effects, no colour, no sound. And unable to look inside the human body, doctors would be in the dark. The intellectual property system exists to encourage the innovators and creators who make the world a better place. The World Intellectual Property Organization, a specialized agency of the United Nations, helps them do this every day across the globe. WIPO provides a forum where governments debate and shape intellectual property laws, such as copyright laws, to adapt them to the changing needs of our global digital society. WIPO's goal is to make intellectual property work for everyone. WIPO operates international filing systems that make it easier to protect and promote inventions, brands, and designs across borders. Everyone, from individual inventors and small businesses to the world's biggest companies, can file a single application through WIPO's PCT, Madrid and Hague systems to apply for protection in countries across the world. This saves them time and money. In the last 50 years, WIPO has processed over 4.5 million international patent, trademark and design applications for everything, from machine tools to medicines to solar panels. And when disagreements arise over IP, WIPO provides arbitration and mediation as an alternative to costly court proceedings. WIPO gives people the tools to use IP effectively, helping people in developing countries to make a living from their ingenuity and creativity. That means more opportunity and more jobs. Innovation requires information. WIPO provides free access to IP information, including more than 55 million patent documents and more than 25 million records of trademarks and designs. And WIPO trains tens of thousands of people every year how to access, learn from, and use all this priceless information. Since its inception over 100 years ago, the global IP system overseen by WIPO has helped create an environment where innovation and creativity can flourish. That means more minds creating new technologies to conquer the world's problems, more music and more ways to listen to it, more art and culture, and more knowledge reaching us in ever-increasing ways. Every day, creative people all over the world are finding new ways to improve our future. WIPO and the intellectual property system help make that happen.
Of the 117 governments involved have achieved an extraordinary success. We have achieved something together, I think, of considerable moment. With your approval, therefore, I gavel the Uruguay round as concluded.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress.
So, very good afternoon to all. So, welcome back after the lunch. So, I hope that you have learned from our earlier session 5, in which our speakers have given their input regarding different topics. So, that is relevance of IPR in India. So, I hope that you have learned it. So, now we'll proceed to our next session, session 6, that is relevance of IP in pharma post COVID-19. So I hope that all of you that must be aware that during this COVID-19 situation, we are facing a lot of difficulties due to public health sector. So in order to improve this, we have done a lot. Our Indian government has done a lot, but still there are a lot of problems we are facing on that front, and particularly that IPR role in that. So it will be like very interesting session as well as knowledgeable one, which gives you the various perspectives which government is trying to handle this pandemic, as well as the role of IPR in this pandemic, how IPR can play a significant role in this. So yeah, I hope that you all will learn from this, and our speakers, Mr. Charles Randolph, Mr. Roshan Palevar sir, and Mr. Padmin Butt sir will give you their views as well as their experience in such field, and as well as they'll share with you future perspectives of IPR in this field particularly. So I hope that you will learn from this session also. So I request my team to let me introduce Mrs. Priyanka Mukherjee, who will be the moderator of this session. So yeah, so I'll be starting with the introduction of Mrs. Priyanka Mukherjee. So yeah, team can proceed with the introduction. So sorry for the little disturbance. Yeah, so I'm going to introduce Mrs. Priyanka Mukherjee. So Mrs. Priyanka Mukherjee is working as a Deputy General Manager Legal at Pfizer Healthcare India Private Limited. And Priyanka Mukherjee is specialized in business laws and has experience in dealing with legal matters pertaining to India, Middle East, and Asia Pacific region. Also, she has done a course on negotiation and deal making from Harvard Business School in 2016. So she has also done her Master of Law (LLM) from National Law School of India University. So I hope that her experience in such a field will help us in this session. And so we'll go with the proceedings of the session. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Priyanka Mukherjee on board to start the session with the speakers.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
I think you can. So, hello everyone.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for having me. My name is Priyanka Mukherjee, and I'm going to be the moderator for the session on relevance of intellectual property rights in pharma and healthcare post COVID-19. Now, imagine jumping out of a skydiving and discovering that the parachute doesn't work. That was the exact situation. This new drug is brought into the market without having clinical trials. Now, in order to ensure that there are adequate clinical trials being done, and there is an incentive for the pharma and healthcare industry, for the companies to invent
Excuse me.
and innovate intellectual property rights, we need to remain the most valuable resource which is granted to a pharmaceutical and the healthcare. It is said, or rather, the research has found that the average time for a drug, for a new drug coming to the marketplace, at least takes 10 years, with clinical trials alone taking almost 6 to 7 years to complete. And the cost to develop one drug.
Priyanka ma'am, can you please check your connectivity issue? There is a network problem from your side. Your voice is not clear.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's audible.
It is audible. I have full signal actually.
Okay.
Do
This
tell
should
me
be okay.
in case I need to repeat.
There are some connectivity issues in this live stream, so we have to bear with that.
Yeah, the technological challenges. But yeah, so it's been found that in order to bring a new drug into market, the pharmaceutical companies almost have to incur a huge cost of almost $2.6 billion. And not just that, once they do the clinical trials, only 12% of these drugs cross through clinical trial stages. And even after they cross the clinical trial stages, it's not all approved by the government. And even when the government goes ahead and approves these drugs, the biggest challenge is when these drugs come into the market and then there are generic versions and high competition from other pharmaceutical companies. And hence, it is very important that these pharmaceutical and healthcare companies are properly incentivized by giving them these intellectual property rights protection and ensuring that they go ahead and do a proper drug development backed by clinical studies. So today, I have three very esteemed guests with me to throw more light on the relevance of intellectual property rights in healthcare and pharma post-COVID-19. Our first speaker is Mr. Charles Randolph. May I request for his credentials to be put on the screen, please? Perfect. Yes. So first up is Mr. Charles Randolph, who is an ex-US diplomat. He's also the head of Global Health, Global Challenges Division World Intellectual Property Organization. As head of global health in WIPO's Global Challenges Division, Charles Randolph forms part of a multidisciplinary team focusing on the intersection between IP and global health. He plays a lead role in the design, coordination, and implementation of projects and actions linked to global health in collaboration and consultation with external partners. Mr. Randolph leads WIPO's engagement in WIPO Research, which is a public-private consortium jointly administered by WIPO and WIPO for global health, and it aims to accelerate the discovery and development of medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics to combat next diseases, tuberculosis, and malaria. Does so by making intellectual property and data available to the global health research community. Prior to joining WIPO in 2017, Randolph served as an officer in the U.S. Foreign Service, spanning 25 years. His diplomatic career included 8 overseas postings in sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Central Asia, Scandinavia, and Europe. On his final diplomatic assignment, he led the U.S. State Department's Office of the Intellectual Property Enforcement. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in History and French from the University of Connecticut and a Master of Arts in International Studies from the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. Mr. Randolph speaks fluent French. Thank you and welcome to the session, Mr. Randolph. Next up is Mr. Padmin Butch. May I have his credentials on the screen, please? So, Mr. Padmin Butch is a senior IPR domain expert as also project management advisor. He holds about 30 years combined experience of intellectual property rights, corporate industry, and entrepreneurship or startup. He started his professional career with the reputed Sarabhai Pharmaceuticals at Baroda IPR Innovation Domain. In the IPR, he is recognized as one of the national experts with specialization in strategic implications of IPR in pharma and healthcare domains. He pioneered the awareness generation for IPR way back in the year 2003-4. Mr. Butch, as the managing director of GITCO, established patent cell at GITCO, Ahmedabad. GITCO patent cell filed more than 65 patents for startups, MSMEs, research institutes, individual researchers, academics under his domain. As the chief advisor of IPR at GITCU or GTU, he is credited with creating very active IPR culture in more than 60 engineering and 40 degrees pharmacy colleges in Gujarat state. Mr. Butch played a vital role as the key member of the IPR panel for student startup and innovation policy of Government of Gujarat. He has been awarded the prestigious IP Samaritan of the Year 2018 award by IPPO in August 2018 and also the GTU Pedagogics Award for contribution in IPR and innovation domains by Gujarat Technological University in the year 2013. Welcome, Mr. Butch. Next up, I have Dr. Roshan Paliwar. May I have his credentials on the screen, please? Thank you. Dr. Roshan Paliwar is an entrepreneur, global pharma leader, advisor, mentor, researcher, formulator, doctor, psychologist, international speaker, and an avid pharmaceutical professional with more than 15 years of rich global experience. Dr. Roshan is the CEO of DocRosh, which is a global brand of DocRosh Health Private Limited. He has proved DocRosh to be an India's first integrated healthcare platform technology with his sheer experience in the pharma sector. His desire for learning is unparalleled, and he holds an MS Pharmaceutical, MD Alt Medicine, PhD Psychology, EMDP, IIM, PM, MSP, Business Intelligence, Six Sigma, DOM, DPM, and before Roche, he had worked with companies like Merck, Novartis, Sandoz, Wockhardt, and Dr. Reddy at various levels in research and development, project management, and project management functions. To his credit, he had successfully developed 400 plus products and launched many pharmaceutical products across the US, Europe, APAC, LATAM, CIMI. He had been a recipient of several national and international prestigious awards, most notably Pharma Ratna Award, 100 Most Impactful Healthcare Leaders, Global Listing, Top Pharma Innovation Award, Healthcare Leadership Award, India Leadership Brilliance Award, Best Healthcare Award, and honored by the Health Minister for his extraordinary contribution in the pharmaceutical industry. Dr. Roshan's passion has always been to help patients live a happier and healthier life, and as a social responsibility, had more than 21,000 aspirants guided, mentored, and placed them across industries. So, welcome, Dr. Roshan Pal.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So, first, we will start off with Mr. Charles Randolph. So, over to you now.
Greetings to everyone from Geneva. Can you hear me okay? Am I audible? Okay, great, thank you. First of all, thanks very much for the opportunity of contributing to this excellent conference. I had the opportunity yesterday to discuss some of the trade-related aspects of IP, and today we'll be focused more on the health-related aspects. My presentation is going to be in two parts, essentially outlining some of the measures that WIPO, as a World IP organization, has put in place to help our clients, our member states, understand our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And when I say our response, I mean the types of information that we're posting and making available to our members on the IP system. So it's not in terms of R&D research per se. And then the second part of my presentation will focus on the public-private consortium, which is WIPO Research, which is really our organization's flagship program to bring intellectual property molecules primarily into the hands of researchers working on neglected diseases, malaria and TB. So if we could go to the slides now, and so that's where I'm coming from. Next slide. Oh, okay, well, next slide, please. Okay, thanks. Again, in terms of WIPO and our measures in response to COVID-19, I'll be talking about an IP policy tracker tool that we put in place, a crisis management dashboard that we have up, and we'll be discussing very briefly a search function in our patent scope database, and then concluding that part of the presentation with some considerations on IP innovation and access as enunciated by our Director General a couple months back. So we could move on to the next item, please. We have put in place, starting, I believe, as early as late March, early April, what we call a COVID-19 policy response tracker. This is available on the WIPO website, very easy to find. And what it does is it looks at 4 different areas of interest for IP, and we could go to the next slide for that. The first, or the tabs you can see on the top of the screen, the first would be IPO operations. So the national IP offices and our regional offices report in on the latest measures. It could be in terms of hours open, in terms of allowed extensions in filing, a lot of technical details and some of the administrative details that filers of IP would need to know. And again, this would all be in relation to the measures taken outside of the ordinary in relation to the COVID crisis. So interested parties can look through in terms of the regional IPO operations, look at the European Union, etc. We can go to the next slide. And this is just a screenshot to give you an idea of the resources available by country and our regional offices. So you can screen down, you can also filter to find out the information that you're looking for. We can go to the next slide, please. And then this is just an example of India's that I took off. Actually, this isn't the latest update, but it'll give people interested an idea of some of the information available. We can move on to the next slide. We're still within the policy tracker tool, the COVID-19. And here, what we're doing is we're gathering in one place to the best extent that we can all the international legislative and regulatory measures that are taking place. And again, this goes by regional actors such as the European Union, but then it also goes alphabetically, country by country, so that IP practitioners can find this resource and hopefully relatively quickly find what they're looking for. And then the next slide would be our tracking of voluntary actions. We're trying to keep up with what the latest articles from academia, collaborative efforts by private sector or public-private sector, corporation initiatives, IGOs, NGOs, governments. This is a tool I would reiterate that is well, not so much reiterate, but we're dependent on the members and on the entities themselves to report to us. So just a word of caution, it can't be considered as all authoritative, but it is a worthwhile resource to find some of this information. So we can go to the next slide, please. This is just an example. If you had sub-clicked on the corporations, again, usually in alphabetical order, going down and on what different corporations, their latest activities, initiatives in that space might be. We can move on to the next slide. And this is the second element of the WIPO response that I wanted simply to highlight. And this is a crisis management dashboard that provides a real-time information, or as real-time as it can be in terms of reporting, on the IP international systems, filing systems. So we will have information on the patents, trademarks, the industrial designs, and actually those three IP systems collectively account for over 92% of the organization's revenues. I'd note we're, I believe, the sole UN-affiliated organization that is 100% independent in terms of financing revenues. We can go on to the next slide. And this is, again, a screenshot that will give you, this is what you would find if you clicked in the latest information available. It's usually about a month lag for the reporting on the PCT, Madrid, Hague systems, the filing activities, the activities of our arbitration and mediation center. And there's additional information within this tracker as well. I'm not going to show all the elements of the resource. But now I'd like to move on to our third resource that we've made available, which is Patent Scope. And this is a database that provides access, publicly available access, to our International Patent Cooperation Treaty, or PCT applications in full text format as of the day of publication. And this database, at present, it has over 84 million patents available and searchable. And what we did a couple months ago is put in place a new search function to allow interested parties to retrieve information related to COVID-19 technologies, R&D, to help them locate patents that may have relevance to them in their research, in their technology development. And so this is a tool that hopefully is facilitating access to the information that is out there. It's also available, it allows, I believe it's in 10 different languages that IP practitioners can search. So we can move on to the next slide. And this is really kind of the conclusion of the WIPO response angle of my presentation. That's some considerations on IP innovation and access. And I'd like to, on the next slide, simply put up a quote from our Director General. This dates from a couple months back, but as we still have not found a vaccine or wholly effective treatment, I believe it's still relevant. The main gist being that at present, we need to really focus on finding a vaccine treatment or cure before we lose too much time arguing about the access. The access is extremely important, but each element in its stage. And so I wanted to highlight that. We can go on to the next element. Next slide, please. The IP can constitute a barrier to access if countries aren't able to access the innovation that they need. But in this respect, the international property system has measures that enable people to access, that will facilitate access to the needed technologies, enable countries to put in place access. And when countries invoke these types of measures, we believe it's important that they really be targeted specifically at the particular research, the particular drug or whatever, and that they be time-bound as well. Because the innovation system is quite fragile, and without innovation, there would be nothing to have access to. So next slide, please. This just also is something you don't always see in the international discussions. There's tremendous discussions about IP, but there are other fundamental obstacles to getting the health services, the drugs, the vaccines to people who need them. And these are other elements that need to be addressed. And these are major challenges, and they're really challenges that governments need to respond to. You can go to the next slide. And this is, again, just wanted to highlight the fact that the private sector is doing a tremendous amount already in the innovation. Licensing arrangements, researchers making their findings available, the educational texts that are being put in place without charge, with public access, etc. I don't need to go any further on that. And then the next slide just simply goes to the fact that the innovation system is an extremely complex one. It involves many players, many structures. We've got R&D that is very dependent on the private sector, and we all want to assure that the IP system remains strong and resilient to enable us to produce the innovations for the people that need them and get them to the people that need them. So on that end, that is the conclusion of the WIPO side of the presentation. And next, I wanted to talk about a more, perhaps, our concrete initiative that I had mentioned at the outset, WIPO Research. And WIPO Research is a public-private consortium to catalyze the development of new medicines and technologies in the fight against neglected tropical diseases, malaria, and tuberculosis. And what we do is we put patented IP into the hands of researchers that need it. The core of our foundation are 8 international pharmaceutical corporations that have very, very generously opened up their libraries, their molecule inventories to us. And this public-private initiative is led by WIPO in partnership with a health-based NGO, international NGO based in Seattle, Washington, called BioVentures for Global Health. Next slide, please. This is just, we have 2 members in India, one long-standing, just for information, which is the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. They also have offices in Trieste, Italy, and in Cape Town, South Africa, and they are contributing to our work on malaria, dengue fever, TB, and a few other areas, and they've been active since 2013. We also have another member, I don't have a slide for them because they just joined, and that's what's called the Foundation for Neglected Disease Research in Bengaluru, India, that joined the consortium, our WIPO Research Consortium, this month, actually. So welcome to them. On the next slide, I'll talk to our collaborations. People will often say, well, what exactly does WIPO Research do? You talk about catalyzing R&D for neglected tropical diseases. Well, our main product isn't drugs, it's collaborations. We will link up researchers with the scientists at these corporations, at our major pharmaceutical companies, on projects. And since we started in 2011, we've put together 164 collaborative projects, collaborations we refer to them, of which 52 are currently ongoing. Sometimes the parties will agree to a line of research, they'll run the trials, and then they'll naturally conclude. So it's normal that there's a continuing rollover in terms of what's up and running and what's concluding and what's starting. At present, we have 11 of those collaborations that are advancing through moving towards advanced stages along the product development pathway, from some already getting close to clinical trials. But our goal as a consortium would be to spur that research, to make those collaborations, to put the IP in the hands of those who need it, up to the point where it could be passed off to product development. We don't actually develop drugs, and we do not invest in drug development, just to be clear on where we fit in that cycle. In the next slide, thanks very much. It goes a little bit to our vision and mission. I won't read the points, but I will take the opportunity to explain essentially how it works. When our 8 pharmaceutical companies agreed to open up their molecule libraries, they're doing research all the time. 95% probably or more of that research fails, but everything's patented from the moment they start. So when a research project is concluded, those molecules are put in inventory libraries, vast freezers containing these molecules that are patented, but no longer being used. And what we do is, with our health experts at BVGH in Seattle, they will look through the inventories of these companies and identify patented IP molecules, sometimes even physical technologies, that are no longer being used, but that might be repurposed to help address some of the major needs in research for the neglected tropical disease community, as well as malaria and TB. And again, we'll put those parties together. We'll say, would you like to do a collaborative effort? You, for example, Merck, Darmstadt, Germany, with you, Institute of Malaria Research in Melbourne or wherever, and put those people together. Next slide, please. Many of the companies or potential companies often ask us, well, we don't work on those diseases, so how can we contribute? And this is really just a slide to demonstrate that a lot of the medicines that are repurposed had completely different origins in terms of the purpose of their development, right, the molecules. So there's a vast amount of molecules and intellectual property assets out there that are not being used and that can be repurposed. And that's what we're doing with our consortium. So with the next slide, we're linking people, ideas, and know-how with IP assets. Next slide, please. And again, these are the list of diseases. And the reason we chose these is specifically because for the majority, there's a dearth of investment. There's no private sector incentive to put billions of dollars in some of these diseases where there would not be a return. So we're using the resources available in the IP system to direct resources and investment and spur R&D and help advance this. And this is one of the organization's signature contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals, notably SDG 3 on health. And our companies also benefit tremendously from being able to demonstrate, among many, many other areas of their activities, so that they're also making this type of a contribution. And again, next slide, please. These are our core members. Many of them, well, all of them, I'm sure you all recognize. For a lot of historical reasons, this is the way the partnership has developed. In my conversation yesterday, and I'll wrap up soon because I am conscious of time, but it was noted that there is a shift in the innovation scene globally from more towards Asia. And so mentioning that, I'd like to say I would love to get some Indian members, Indian companies in the consortium to join to put that up front. So I would welcome discussion with anyone interested on that, in subsequent communications. Next slide. Just touch our guiding principles again, because this is dedicated more towards promoting development and sustainable development goals. The companies agree that they'll have no reach through. So if a researcher in Africa or wherever develops a new product with that IP, they can own it, license it, sell it, manufacture anywhere in the what we would call among the least developed countries. And the parent company would not have a reach through right. The only instance in which parent company or the company that provided the IP would be able to reach through would be if that researcher then wanted to sell the product back in the developed country. So if someone in Senegal developed a cure with one of the molecules from Novartis and wanted to market it in Switzerland, Novartis would be able, for example, this is a hypothetical, to have a reach through for the sales in Switzerland, but anywhere in the developing world, it would be completely royalty free, and that's in line with our development agenda. Next slide. I think in the interest of time, I won't go too much into this slide other than noting that we provide a whole range of services, not just introducing partners and identifying synergies, but also coordinating communications, tracking the collaboration, helping facilitate and overcome obstacles when they come up. Next slide. Again, I won't read it all, but this is just an example of the types of services we provide, and then a quote from one of our leading contributors, actually, Dr. David Olson from MSD in the US, who's been working quite a bit, very, very active in the consortium. Next slide. This just gives you a very a concrete example of what we do. We had researchers at MSD, which is essentially the Merck USA, which is known as MSD, that came to us and said, we have a number of compounds, a number of protease inhibitors that we believe might be useful for somebody in the consortium. Can you help us? And we put them together with researchers at a leading world malaria researcher in Australia, Alan Cowman, at the Walter and Eliza Hall Institute, and said, will you be interested in collaborating? And they said yes. And so what we did is we facilitated that happening. Merck USA shipped these inhibitors to Australia. Dr. Cowman's team began work. Up until this date, even present, they've been getting positive hits and are advancing the science in anti-malarial research. And they've actually won 2 independent grants for promising science from the Wellcome Trust. The last one was almost $4 million. So to give you an idea of a concrete product that we produce. So the next slide. This is just our website. You'll find a lot more information if you're interested. And with that, I would like to say thank you for your time and attention and turn it back over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Randolph. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. And next up, I would like to invite Mr. Padmin Butch. And he will be taking us through one of the most biggest and exciting questions that we have on everyone's mind. Now, while development of vaccines, and it's relating to the development of vaccines, especially for pandemic and the distribution to the world economy. Now, be it global north or be it global south. So here you go.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka. And I would like to, of course, start with acknowledging the organizers, ISIDC, CII, and of course TDPC Tamil Nadu. Okay. And of course, I would want to make a special mention of Mr. Amit Patel, who is an IPR expert here. He has also been instrumental in making me come here. Okay, fine. Now this the presentation which has just been uploaded, there are only 5 or 6 slides. Okay, so either you will be happy or you will not be happy. But these are the slides which are essentially for giving the background. I would like to elaborate on this side. And Priyanka ma'am just told very rightly is that this is the topic which is my topic. It's such a topic which is a very vital. It is in social media, it is in a technical circle, it is in healthcare, government, WIPO, WHO. Everybody is to talk this topic. And there could be a separate 2-day webinar or symposium on this topic itself. But we have to see what are the key points here. And I would like to, of course, acknowledge and thanks Mr. Charles Randolph first, because he has prepared a very good background with WIPO. And here I would like to quote what he said just about the WIPO vision and mission. It says that improve global health through innovation that mobilizes the intellectual property and now, this is the crux of the matter. Okay, so can we have next slide, please? The next one. The next one, please. हेलो उसके बाद की एक स्लाइड अभी one more. हाँ यार thank you. Okay. नहीं अभी आप पीछे जाना. You have to go back. Please go back. So slide number 3. 3. So please go back. Hello. Yeah. Please. Okay. So these are the components which are going to be part or basis of what I am going to talk just. The topic given includes these are the key components. Vaccines. Yes. Vaccines for COVID-19. Development of COVID-19 vaccine. There the IP component comes. Who gets the IPR? Those you know about IPR because I know excellent discussions have taken place in last 1.5 days on the IPR and patent everything. So we all know what is intellectual property, right? It's the right given to an innovator for developing a particular innovation, right? So who gets the IP? Then comes the distribution. Once the vaccine is developed and manufactured, then comes the distribution part. Is it a trade? Okay. And then planning and execution of a quick, equitable and affordable distribution of COVID-19 vaccine. Now you can see these are so important aspect, so sensitive also, and that is why there is a lot of debate is taking place in the circle at the industry level, at the government level, and at the international level organizations like WHO. And we will have to see what is the status and is there some way out? Is there a deadlock, or is there no deadlock, or it can be sorted out? Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello, am I audible? Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So
Okay.
next slide. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a slide. Yeah.
Yeah. This one slide, COVID-19 vaccines.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. 1 minute. This has to be seen. So we are talking about COVID-19 vaccines. Okay. Now I think we have to go one back. One back, please.
This is key components.
उसके पहले की स्लाइड की है भाई?
This one, COVID-19 vaccines and factors.
नहीं, उसके पहले है ना जो
Firstly, this, then disclaimer, then key components, then COVID-19 vaccine.
Okay, fine. No, that doesn't matter. Okay, doesn't matter. Slide go chal rahega. Okay, let me see. Okay, now let us understand the COVID-19 vaccine. COVID-19 is a mind-blowing, different kind of a very complex thing. There were several communication diseases which has happened, Ebola, swine flu in the world. The COVID-19 is something very different. It has taken into stride the entire world as compared to earlier epidemics where they were part of the world was affected. Okay. It is just 9 months since the COVID, or 10 months which the COVID-19 has emerged. Okay. Normally, the vaccine development takes around anywhere from 8 to 10 years, my dear friends. We have only 9 to 10 months. Okay. There are several mutations of the COVID-19. A particular vaccine, whether it will suffice for all the mutations, we don't know as of today. For COVID-19, there are no medicine as of today. Whatever being utilized now, which is a remdesivir or favipiravir or dexamethasone or HCQ hydrochloroquine, there are all repurposing drugs. So it's a very good work done, but there are no direct things. So vaccination is the only way out. And entire world needs it, as Priyanka ma'am said. Entire world needs it. Now everybody says how to take care of the COVID-19, vaccine is the only way out. Now that is why the focus is on vaccine. Focus is on the companies, the governments, entire world. Okay, next please. Okay, so these are the factors in a vaccine development: discovery, research and development, and clinical trials. You know how much time normally it takes? Entire thing takes around anywhere down 8 to 10 years. Normal vaccination. If you expedite it, it may take 5 years. Okay. Clinical trial itself are a 3-phase clinical trial. Okay. Phase number 1, phase number 2, and phase number 3. And each of the clinical trial has to be fail-safe, totally proof. So this takes time. And then manufacturing. Now, my dear friend, I must like to emphasize one thing. While discovery, the basic science, as Mr. Charles just said, is the main thing. But manufacturing of vaccine is a different ball game altogether. You cannot manufacture vaccine just like that. Okay. You have to prepare a totally sophisticated state-of-the-art manufacturing plant for vaccine. A normal pharmaceutical company, it may be a very large company, also cannot manufacture vaccines, my dear friend. So while discovery and research and development are very important because it starts with that, the world, every government, the world, and WHO and everybody will have to be ready to manufacture it once a vaccine is out of the final human clinical trial. Are we ready? Are we ready for manufacture a vaccine? Are we ready to manufacture a vaccine in the quantum we require? So that is where. So when we say the factors discovery, research, and development clinical trial, there comes the issue of IPR. Who gets the patent? Whether somebody can be given a patent or it should be universal patent. There is nothing like universal patent. There should be no patent. Okay. Then what happens to the basic intellectual property developed by a company or an individual or a group of companies? And when manufacturing comes, where are the funds? The companies like least developed countries or developing countries, they don't have funds. Forget about the having manufacturing facility. And distribution come later on. So if the first two are taken care of, the distribution, maybe we can do it. Yes, there is a problem there also because the quantum is a very large. Everybody wants a vaccine. Okay. Now, what are the stage? Can you have next slide, please? Okay. So who gets the ownership? These are the issues we are discussing. Who gets the ownership of intellectual property? Okay. Who decides the term? And what are the role of organizations like, in addition to WIPO, WHO, WTO, and national governments, industry, others? Now let us understand one thing. What is the status now? In the 10 months, about 200 companies or organizations have started talking about COVID-19 vaccines. Out of that, about 35 have reached an active stage, approximately, I'm telling you. Out of this, about 15 have reached the stage of clinical trial. Okay. So coming out of the discovery stage and discovery. And out of this, not more than 3. It has about 2 only, not more than 3 have reached the stage of phase 3 clinical trial. Okay, phase 3 clinical. That includes one company called AstraZeneca, which has tied up with the Oxford University, UK. Okay. So this is stage. Now, the moment the vaccine comes out, who are going to manufacture it? Who is going to get a patent? The debate is, and this is where comes the issue of trade and patent. As Mr. Charles talked about, he mentioned TRIPS, 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 trade-related aspects of intellectual property right. Okay, that is a part of the WTO agreement. Okay, now TRIPS is a very, very important organization. Okay, here I would like to clarify one thing. Patent cannot be negotiated, and discoverer and inventor has to have a patent. Then comes the voluntary part. Once that company or group of companies gets the patent, whether that company is ready and volunteering to disseminate the information, as Mr. Charles just said, WIPO has an excellent tool. Okay, in terms of disseminating the information, he talked about the WIPO patent search. That comes later on. First, somebody has to be owner of that intellectual property. Let us be very clear about this. That is my point of view, of course, but you have to do it. Otherwise, the future innovation, future discoveries may take a dent. But because it is an epidemic vaccine, the immediate next part comes how trade-related aspects can be clubbed with the intellectual property. Okay, that is where the TRIPS comes. Can you have the next slide, please? So what is the way out? Now let me talk about this. There is a TRIPS. There was a meeting of TRIPS, TRIPS, Trade and IPR. There is a council of TRIPS met on 30th July. 30th July, there was a meeting of the council of TRIPS. Okay, everybody met. TRIPS, as you know, is a multilateral trading system. Okay, between all the member countries of World Trade Organization. It's an excellent thing, and most of the countries in IPR domain follow the provisions of TRIPS, TRIPS. The 30th July meeting of Council for TRIPS discussed the COVID-19 problem and the solutions of it. And The council includes both developed countries and developing countries. Everybody agreed to one thing. Okay, there is a need to come out with the right kind of vaccination at the fastest possible. Now, there is a view. There is a view that can the companies which are developing or are in the forefront of vaccine development share their expertise? Will they be willing to share voluntary or otherwise the expertise so that other countries get the benefit because everybody needs it? Okay. The developed countries also agreed to this, the larger manufacturers, but they have their own reservations saying that it should not result into compromising their right over the intellectual property. Okay. So that is where the council meeting on July 30th stopped. Now the next meeting of the council for the TRIPS is scheduled on 15th and 16th October 2020 after about 1 month's time. We all hope that by that time, Council of the TRIPS, with the help of the organizations like WIPO, WTO, and maybe WHO also, will reach to a kind of conclusion how to balance the things. And that is where the key part comes of balancing. Okay, by the way, I would just like to add one here. Just as Mr. Charles mentioned, in the Doha Declaration, okay, in the TRIPS Article 31, there is a provision for taking certain steps where the patent can be shared with a non-patented company for global health. There is another article in the TRIPS 66.2 which talks about the transfer of technology to least developed countries. Okay, so all these things can be made use of. What we call TRIPS provisions may be taken care of to work out the balancing between trade and IPR. Now comes another organization called WHO, World Health Organization. No, let me clarify very clearly that organizations like WIPO, which is towards the intellectual property rights, and WHO, which is towards the global health, are working together, and they have to work together in this particular kind of activities. Now, WHO has been trying very actively to see that the COVID-19 vaccines, the scenario is done in such a manner that all the or most of the countries are covered rather than some countries being left out. Okay, so it has come out with several kind of mechanisms which are already there since sometimes, but they have been activated. Something like CTAP, what we call CTAP, is a COVID-19 technology assessment pool. That is one thing. And there is another called CEPI. Now, CEPI is related to the epidemic innovations. Okay. Now, if you see, and there is another thing called COVAX. All these 3 or 4 are targeted to see that there is a pool of the countries. They come together, they work together, they mobilize resources. Like CEPI, there are several countries have joined, and everybody has contributed in terms of resources to see that once the vaccine is developed, it is manufactured in several countries. India is also part of both the organizations, by the way, because India, as we know, India is a pharmacy of the world. India provided all the generic drugs to the world, and including SCQ. India also is ready with remdesivir, okay, with a licensing arrangement with Gilead of USA. So India is a very prominent country as far as this is concerned. In India also, vaccine is being developed by 2 companies, okay, Bharat Biotech and Zydus Cadila, okay, but they have not reached the stage of AstraZeneca. Now, coming back to the point, what could be way out? The association of large pharmaceutical companies have been insisting that patent is non-negotiable. So they say this organization like CPI and CTAP should be careful in not compromising the patent rights of the companies who are discovering the vaccines. Okay. And the CTAP and CPI are saying that let there be some kind of voluntary dissemination of the information. Okay. Here I would like to say that a few companies have already collaborated. I will just list out of these companies. For example, GSK and Sanofi, AstraZeneca and University of Oxford. From India, Serum Institute of India has also joined with AstraZeneca. Pfizer and BioNTech and Merck and Themis are some of the collaborations between companies. Now, will such kind of collaboration will help in the distribution of the vaccines to a large extent? Not really, I defend. And that is where the issue comes. How to resolve? Balancing is the only way out. Balancing only way out. Let there be intellectual property right given to the discoverer, patent given to discoverer. Then emphasize upon that company or collaborating companies to come forward, share in the world level pool, okay, so as to make it easier in terms of the cost, price, and organizations like CEPI are working towards creating manufacturing facilities in the world. As I say, vaccines cannot be manufactured by just like anybody. So they have to come together. And then, so trade comes later on. No, normally when we say trade, it gives a smell of a kind of commercialization. One should never be afraid of commercialization, but here it should take a backstage. And the companies which are developing also, they are willing. But I will, at the cost of repeating, I will tell, patent cannot be denied to discoverer. Let us understand that. I think the WIPO gentlemen also agree with that. Patent cannot be denied, but they should be emphasized. And the last point here is the government funding. Many countries, the government funds the research for vaccination. Some people say that when government is funding for the development of the research, why a company should not forego it? No, it is not going to forego. Patent is, it is a question of patent. Patent has to be given. And the companies, in any case, when they share in the pool of the country, they are going to get royalty also. So this is the balancing we have to talk about. Give rights, patent rights, then the companies may join the patent pool of the world at the world level. Trade aspects will automatically follow. The key aspects which are not being discussed and not being given importance is the manufacturing facilities, which is important, and how fair, equitable, and affordable distribution takes place. And that will automatically follow if the earlier parts are taken care of. And as Mr. Charles earlier said, let us give more importance to the discovery part, the science part, rather than the trade part and the other part of it. Okay, that is the way out. I think that is the best way to do it. I would just like to add one thing before concluding, is that don't get inclusions by way of the lot of things which are being circulated in the market. The vaccine is going to come tomorrow. July 4th was the Independence Day of USA, and for 15th August was the Independence Day of India. And the people from both the countries were believing that on Independence Day vaccine will be available and we will be independent of the COVID-19. Not yet. Let us be realistic. COVID-19 vaccine is progressing. As I said, this is progressing fantastically. In normal time, it takes 5 to 7 years. We are talking about a period of 1.5 years. But it is going to take some more time. Let us wait for that. And till the meantime, be ready to face the COVID-19, continue the normal activity, but taking total care of ourselves, whether it's a masking or social distancing or sanitization. Okay. I am sure with the organizations like WIPO, WHO, and Indian governments like Indian government and other national governments are balancing between giving patent right at the same time taking care of the fair and equal distribution will be reached within next 1 or 2 months time before the vaccine is out. That is at the end of the day, I would like to mention. Can we have the next slide, please? So thank you so much. This was what I put forward to. And thanks once again to organizations and the participant. And I would like to, I'll be open for questions later on. Thank you so much. You are mute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Booth. You may have had just 6 slides, but your 6 slides were filled with information and
Thank you.
loads of success, and amen to one of the pharma companies coming out with a vaccine that works, and that too really at the earliest. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So,
My pleasure. Sure.
yes, next up is Dr. Roshan Paliwal, who will be speaking on COVID-19's impact on existing trade agreements with IPR protection in pharma sector. Over to you, Dr. Paliwal.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ji, for giving this wonderful opportunity. And at the outset, I would really thankful to CII and ISERDIndia team for having me for today's interactive session. And on top of that, I must say thanks to Charles and Padman for setting the forum, being talking at the end. It's I think you done a great job. I think I just need to do the formality seems to be. But let me put this some different perspective from the pharma industry, especially more from the business, commercialization, and on top of that, the current COVID-19 pandemic situation, and also giving the insight on how the vaccine development on reality is happening, what are the commercial manufacturing development challenges are going on, and how we could overcome those in the coming days, right? So as the topic has been pretty vast and very sensitive at the same time, because the whole world is facing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore the India too. All the sectors, irrespective of what sector the company is into, all the industries have been impacted in this particular duration. And having said that, the healthcare segment, the pharmaceutical segment was coming on forefront to tackle these challenges with respect to manufacturing and development of medicines, especially for this COVID-19. With respect to, there are many novel molecules, and the proven drugs were being massively in demand during those days, including remdesivir, hydroxychloroquine, dexamethasone, amoxicillin, and so many other favipiravir drug were on the demand. And there was a great a push from the government, from the agencies, even from the industry forum to continue the supplies. When as we see, this whole world is impacted, and if you look into the kind of cases where the world have been faced is somewhere around 30 million cases across the world. And if you talk about India, I think we are currently having 5 million cases. And this is where in the initial phase, where the entire industry was on halt, and therefore the supplies of the drugs, supplies of the essential medicines were impacted. And later on, maybe after a month or so, where the things were getting channelized, and where the collaboration between the industries and great support from the government sector and agencies were able to continue manufacturing and supplying of the essential medicines in the great requirement. So thereby it was a balance altogether. Now let me give the different perspective with respect to how the pharma industry is actually looking at this situation and how they are working on. So as all of us know, the global pharmaceutical industry worldwide, having the revenue of around 1.25 trillion USD in 2020, and it's been well projected by 2023 we could be reaching at 1.5 trillion USD. So that's the potential of pharma industry as of today. And when it comes to India, which has been said as a pharmacy of the world, is having a revenue of 55 billion and growing at the rate of 15.92%. And this Indian healthcare segment is coming as a top 3 pharmaceutical market by incremental growth, as well as the 6th largest market globally in absolute size. Now, as we know, the Indian pharma sector basically, having 3 segments, and the largest segment is the generic drugs, which is around 70% of the market, and remaining is a 21% for the OTC, and 9% is the patented drugs. Now, here is the case where the entire rest is about development of the novel drug and the vaccines, where the IPR comes into the picture, because not only the development of the medicines and the vaccine is the concern, a challenge, but on top of that, the commercialization, the trade, as rightly been said by Padmeen and Charles also, there are a lot of conflict. The conflict is more on who has the more or higher rights than the other, and how that could be channelized when it comes to commercialization. So that picture is much more what you call crucial and challenging from the IPR perspective to settle that particular collaboration and have the win-win situation for all the partnering companies in the best interest of the patient. Now, as we see, India has more or less 22 billion billion dollar exports, and that has been supplied to more than 200 countries worldwide. And we know that certainly every single third dose of vaccine administered any part of the world comes from the Indian manufacturing facility. So that's the potential the industry is carrying in the entire spectrum. Now let's come more towards the clinical side, clinical trial of this entire pharmaceutical formulations. And this is, if you look into, this is actually a very opportunistic area, because the market has around 18.4 billion US dollar size, and this clinical trial market is increasing at the CAGR of 7.83%. So therefore, the trend, if you look into from the early era versus today's scenario, there are many clinical trials have been registered. If I wanted to give an example of, let's say, 20 years back, in India, there were hardly 2,000 registered clinical studies were reported. However, with the kind of upgradation of the infrastructures and the kind of facilities available and the willingness, where we have around 1,320 million clinical studies registered, that to be globally. So therefore, now every single molecule which comes to the market must to go with the clinical studies, and same is applies with the vaccine development. Of course, there is a development, and then after the clinical studies comes into the picture, followed by the commercialization. So this is a pretty complex phenomena. However, there are many risks involved into it, from the technicality side of it, from the commercial side of it, and on top of that, the IPR side of it, because it has to be weaved within all the spectrum of the development. So therefore, it's been even challenging. Now, the whole focus of the entire pharma industry worldwide is to have the novel candidate for the treatment of COVID-19. So drug development is another area where it takes its own time frame. However, that the existing some molecules are being used in the line of treatment, and there is a significant positive results, positive outcome of this treatment. Having said that, it's not the end what you call the end route or the treatment, but the solution could be having a vaccine in place, so that nobody else get infected in the entire this COVID-19 situation. So therefore, there are many companies. If I wanted to give the numbers, roughly around 88 to 100 companies are already doing the research, and out of those, 77 companies are already entered in the preclinical phase of these studies, whereas there are few companies, few clinical companies where are in the phase 3 clinical trials. And this indicates that, and possibly as rightly indicated by Padmeen, there are the few companies who are already in the matter of phase 3 and the commercialization also. Now, despite this clinical trial disruption because of this COVID-19, apart from this COVID clinical trials, there were other clinical trials used to happen that has been on halt, or let's say derailed, because the priority is being shifted to this, the COVID-19 trial itself. And therefore, there is an impact altogether in terms of the trade, in terms of the entire business of the pharmaceutical. But slowly, the things are coming to the track where the regular production, regular manufacturing of other pharmaceutical products is also happening. Now, I would like to bring your attention much more on the clinical and the vaccine development side of it, how this is something challenging from all the perspective, and there are a lot of advancement is being done in this current short period of time. As we know that India is actually a key for the entire global access of this COVID-19 vaccine. It's not only because of the capacity and capability, but it's the power of the manufacturing that we do have, the kind of infrastructure with respect to even the vaccine manufacturing is concerned, that is well in place, and this ensures that there will be continuous manufacturing. Of course, there is still a question mark in terms of whether the quantum of manufacturing, because there is a heavy demand worldwide, and at what time frame these vaccines would be supplied or available to everyone, that will be again a challenging task, where the supply chain, productions, and so many other aspects come into the pictures. Now, as India is known as the farmers of the world, there is a great race for the COVID-19 vaccine development. And all the pharmaceutical companies, let's say majority of pharmaceutical companies around the world, are going head to head, and there is a role where India is going to play with respect to manufacturing of these vaccines. Now, there are the two scenarios or two different ways where the India could play a major role, and I think the companies are already starting in those particular line. One is the mass production of the vaccine. The vaccines might have been developed by elsewhere, okay, and the same developed vaccines could be manufactured in the Indian manufacturing facilities. That is one of the way which has been well evaluated and explored by the companies. Whereas the other option comes to the picture is about developing a new vaccine as well as manufacturing it in the Indian infrastructure. And this is something risky, challenging, costly affair, but yes, few companies are already initiated on those lines, right? So now the angle comes further is that scaling up of the existing vaccines, because now there are many companies have been came together, especially during this COVID-19. Although we say as there is a great impact, but let me tell you, there are the greater opportunities have been came up because of this pandemic. There are a lot of collaboration between the companies, between the government, between the agencies have been happened recently, and this indicates that when there is a willness, there is a strong intent and focus, and the common objective comes into the picture, miracle could happen it, and this is what something happening at this point of time. And as we know that India's Serum Institute, okay, it's already started the manufacturing of this Oxford University based and AstraZeneca based vaccine candidate before even the clinical trial have been successfully done. Still in the phase 3 trial, and we know what are the challenges they are currently facing it. But despite that kind of risk, the Serum Institute took the risk, and they are manufacturing this vaccine. Now, this is purely with the intent to shorten the time, because the moment the clinical trials gets cleared or successful outcome comes, then if you go for further manufacturing, is going to take pretty long time. So to kill those time, the parallel approach have been adopted, where the government is also endorsed, DCGI has endorsed the approvals, and the manufacturing is going on. So this will ensure the at least early entry of the vaccines to the market and to the patients also. So on top of that, the another Indian company, Biological E Limited, BE, has agreed the manufacturing of the vaccine candidate of Johnson and Johnson, which is a subsidiary of Janssen Pharmaceutical. And this BE, Biological E Limited, is what Hyderabad-based pharmaceutical company, biological company, and because of the recent acquisition of Akron India. So this is in order to boost its manufacturing capacity. So this is what the development happening with respect to vaccine development. And the recent update, like, the Dr. Reddy's is, there is a tie-up for the manufacturing of Russian origin vaccine Sputnik V. This is going to be happen for the Indian context, for the Indian supplies. So Dr. Reddy's has, extended the this particular deal, and they are in the collaboration for manufacturing the vaccines. Now, let me give a little bit further perspective about the co-vaccine. This was what something very what you called viral news in the recent days, where the co-vaccine has been the Bharat Biotech was in collaboration with the ICMR. They were working on this vaccine and promised to bring the vaccine early in the market in the mid of August itself. However, there was some challenges, and the vaccine manufacturing is in collaboration with the ICMR are still in the process. Okay, so that will going to take its own time. Zydus Cadila, again, there is a vaccine called Zycov-D, where novel coronavirus is also undergoing the human clinical trials. So the companies are taking massive leap and risk to bring the vaccine in the market at the earliest possible ways. And even the government is very much supportive in this particular context to boost the manufacturing, boost the development with respect to getting the approval on time, getting the necessary documentation in compliance with the regulatory agencies and the bodies norms. The government is supportive enough to bring this vaccine early in the time frame, because in the general course of time it's take pretty long time. So these are the things where the industries are working on. The vaccine is where going to be a kind of relief in the coming days, coming years, where COVID-19 is another concern, where how long that is going to be there. But however, having said that, possibly there could be a multiple vaccine dose or multiple versions might be coming up in the coming days, because the virus itself is changing, is strain. There is a third mutation right now, so obviously there will be a continuous development would be there. So that is what I just wanted to bring to the forum. This is what the recent advancement happening, great collaborations between the agencies, between the government, between the cross-border associations and the agencies and the manufacturing companies also, to bring this novel vaccine at the earliest and safeguard the life of the patients across the world. And this is what the industry's perspective to look for the safety and efficacy in the best interest of the patient. So that is what I wanted to bring to the forum. Thank you all. And if any questions, I think certainly we can take up during the Q&A session. Thank you.
I seem to be doing most of my talking when the system is on mute. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Palivar. It was really an insightful. Thank you for supporting your comments with so much of facts and figures. I'm really glad to know that our Indian companies, our Indian pharmaceutical sectors are also not behind in such a depth. Now, now that we have such esteemed guests in this forum, I would like to open the forum for an internal discussion with the panelists. And I would like to go with Mr. Randolph for his thoughts firstly. So, Mr. Randolph, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. So, my first few questions are to you. The first question is, do you consider India to be a TRIPS compliant, robust, equitable, and dynamic IPR regime?
Well, that's a little bit outside. Do I assess India to be a TRIPS compliant IPR regime? Well, that's a little bit outside the scope of my area of expertise. But India is certainly a major player, and I believe played a very prominent role in actually the negotiating and the establishment of the TRIPS back in 1995 when it came into place. So, but in terms of compliance issues or I don't really follow a compliance basis, so I wouldn't really be well positioned to speak to that per se.
Okay. So I have, I'm not letting you go just right now. I have another question for you, and that is, as you're aware, that currently the US government has been exerting pressure and trying to redirect many supplies extensively towards the United States. Now, considering that two of the current front runners of vaccine, US based, US, shows this kind of attitude towards access of medicine to other nations, what would be the likely stand from WIPO?
I'm sorry, just the last part of your question. What would be the what from WIPO?
What would be WIPO's stand if the US government takes this stand that the vaccine, because the first two front runners of this vaccine are US based, the vaccine is more required only for the United States, and ensure that United States gets the exclusive supplies, at least the initial phase.
Well, WIPO is an organization composed of member states. We have 193, of which the United States is a very prominent actor. And as a UN member state, I mean, the question that you're getting at is a very, very pertinent one, but it would really be, it almost comes down to more of perhaps a political oriented question. And as an international organization, we really stay out of the political questions. It's a very legitimate question that you have, and I'm not trying to not answer it, but for a number of reasons, I really couldn't wade into that theoretical or into that area of discourse. But as any organization, we believe access is a very, very important element, and we all would like everyone who needs vaccines and who need medical treatment to get what they need.
Okay. Okay, we can understand why you're trying to play it safe at least. Before we get go on you, I thought we have a rapid fire question round with you. So here is the deal. I will be giving you 3 questions, and you have 2 options, and you need to quickly pick one options of your choice. Is it okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, it's fine.
So your first rapid fire question is script worth more what? A, trade, or B, resolving of intellectual property dispute?
I didn't quite understand the questions, perhaps because of the audio. Could you please repeat?
Ma'am, can you please type your question also?
Yeah, my question is, script favors more of what? Is it trade, or is it resolving of intellectual property dispute?
The TRIPS.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the TRIPS is a mechanism to ensure that there are measures that member states can take. Technically, I mean, there has been some debate on whether or not they can take these measures due to public health emergencies or some type of specific emergency, but I believe the international consensus is that countries as sovereign units can elect for any reason they want to invoke the TRIPS provisions. And those provisions are essentially put in place. They're not, to my understanding, measures to promote trade per se. They're measures to enable states to ensure access for their populations to certain vital drugs that they believe they need at that time. So it's an essential part of the international WTO system, and it's there for a purpose. And as Mr. Book mentioned, and these are safeguards that are built into the system. So yes, we need patents. Trying to play around, as was also mentioned by both interlocutors, this is a very, very complex system. The innovation ecosystem is extremely complex with the markets, with the companies, etc. And so these TRIPS provisions are there to ensure countries can get what they need, but patents, the fundamentals of the patent system have to be kept. I mean, you can't get around that. But even with that, there's ways to ensure people get the access.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next I will direct my question, Mr. Padmin Butch. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear, but there is some breaking of the voice. But please go on.
Yeah, perfect. So let's see. Do ask me to repeat in case you require to get some clarity. Okay. So as per you, what are the key barriers that you think would key barriers with regard to fast development and effective distribution of COVID-19 vaccines? I know all of you have touched on it, but just main key barriers you think we need to cross.
Okay, if I understand clearly, the question is about the key barriers towards COVID-19 vaccine, right?
Yes, the most biggest key barrier.
Barriers, obstacles, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
fine. Look, the COVID.
I think there's some
okay, sorry. Got disconnected.
Okay, he's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now you're back in screen. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, back in action. Okay, look, the COVID-19 virus itself is a barrier, as we said. There was the Ebola earlier, swine flu earlier, as I said. So we have to understand the complexity of the situation. COVID-19 is proving to be a very difficult proposition. And of course, we have taken up the challenge right now. So we have to start with that and accordingly have the expectation and preparedness of, because the COVID-19 is a complex virus, a lot of mutations manifest in a different manner, and no one, but in vaccine also it is said that whether one particular vaccine will be the universal vaccine for everybody, because in normal vaccination there are two shots to be given, and vaccine is to be given only to the healthy person. Okay, vaccine cannot be given to a diseased person. So that is why that is important. So that is the first thing. Second thing is that we have a very less time. We don't have any time. Normally vaccines, as I said, takes a lot of time. We don't have time. People are only affected. Millions and billions of people are affected. That is the second barrier. And the third barrier is, I also discussed briefly in my presentation, is as on today not having reached a clarity about who will do what, who has the resources and who is the more need. The people and the countries and the companies who have resources, and there are millions of people who don't have resources, but they need it very fast. So that is the third barrier. And the fourth barrier is a somewhat less clarity as on today between different governments and the different industry levels in terms of who should get what and who should do what in terms of right and responsibility. So these are the barriers, my dear friend. Some of the barriers which are not very obvious in a subtle manner, but they are real barriers. And as I told, we need to work on it fast. WHO, WIPO, and WTO, along with the national government, need to work fast. Voluntariness is the need of the hour. Voluntariness from the government, voluntariness from the organization to give patent, to discern information is the need of the hour. This is not the time. Yes, patent, as I still maintain, patent has to be given, but otherwise everything should be volunteered to the extent possible. And just to one more point, discovery is still stage. We need many more vaccines. Only two companies will not suffice. We need 15 companies to come out with the vaccines. Okay. And we need 50 or 70 countries to manufacture vaccines. These are the barriers, my dear. Thank you so much.
If may I add a few points to the same question, Priyanka?
No.
Okay, so I mean, I think Padman has rightly brought forward these major concerns, but there are, apart from that, there are two main challenges where the industry itself is facing. One is the what you call the virus, the COVID-19 virus itself, because the virus is changing its mutation. And what we used to heard, let's say 3 months, 4 months back, was a different version, which is currently going on. It's at the third mutation phase of the virus. And no matter how fast the vaccine comes to the market, there will be what you call upcoming version of the vaccines in the near days. That has to be happen to safeguard the interest, because not even the single dose of vaccines may be sufficient, may not be sufficient to bring those defense or the safety, right? That's one aspect. Second aspect is that, let's say in the positive scenarios where phase 3 trials happen successfully, and even let's say the current vaccines where every single company is working on, including AstraZeneca, including Bharat Biotech, including other companies, they're working on the different principle altogether, some are working on the inactivated structure, some are working on the plasma based structure, some are working on the activated virus altogether. Despite that, when it comes to the manufacturing, that's the biggest challenge, because it's not like only single country is requiring this vaccine. The whole world needs this vaccine, and there is a great demand. No matter how many companies joins together, but the supplies of the vaccine to the respective regions, respective countries, and the people would be a concern, because it is going to take its own time. Although, let's say the Serum Institutes may mention that 50% of the vaccines manufactured will be first given to the Indian context, and rest 50% could be supplied to the rest of the world. That's the positive side. But again, the supplies would be to the entire world population would be actually a challenge. So that's what the major two things are there. And meanwhile, the precaution is the only solution as of now, where every single individual has to take extra precaution, no matter what context they are into, but they have to take precautions, and rest assured that vaccines would be in the market.
May I just have half a minute? Can I add just one point? Madam Priyanka.
Yes, please go ahead.
Dr. Roswan, thank you for supplementing very nicely. Yes, as he rightly said, let us call it not barriers but challenges. That is one thing. Fine.
Right.
But there is one barrier I would like to say. I would like to tell everybody. There is something called, there is a terminology called anti-vaxxers. This is a very informal terminology. Anti-vaxxer is a fraternity which is there since long. They always resist vaccination. And this is a typical phenomenon of our world. When something positive happens, there are always some people who like to protest it. And anti-vaxxers, they are basically against vaccination. And they are there in many countries. And the number is not so small, unfortunately. That is anti-vaxxers and such kind of people, including with due apologies and with respectfully to certain level of social media, are proposing some kind of barriers in our countries where the enlightenment is less. We have to be very careful. Vaccination is a process taking very fast, very nicely. Everybody is working toward this. This segment of the society or a kind of social media of some nature, they are playing a little bit havoc against vaccination. I hope that all of us, we should take care of it, and people should be entitled enough. They should have faith and confidence on the respective national government, as also international bodies like WIPO and WHO. So these are the things, and these are important, my dear friend. Let me tell you, we may feel that it does have consequences in smaller countries. People working on vaccinations and wrong myths and wrong information being spread in the social media. are coming against something good happening. That was only my point. Thank you.
So, Mr. Padman, I have another question for you, and that is, suddenly these pharmaceutical drugs have become strategic products for any country. Now, you would have heard how US had pressured India to release HCQs to them, when India had earlier mentioned that HCQs are internally required. Now, do you think that such a categorization of drugs as strategic products would impact the development and distribution of vaccines in India?
No, I am not able to hear. Your voice is breaking, madam, unfortunately. Can you repeat it?
Let me just type it out so that it's easier for you.
Yeah. That will be better. Yeah, please. If you don't mind, please.
Yes, I have just typed it out for you.
Okay, well, this impact of vaccine distribution.
Where is it? It is in the chat.
Okay, the question is, maybe I can read for him. Yeah, so the question is like API and the manufacturing drugs have suddenly become the strategic importance and the priorities for the companies. And therefore, will this going to impact the vaccine distribution?
I think lost.
Seems to be network. Yeah, we lost him. Seems to be. Okay, can I take up this? That question? I can respond to that.
Yeah, can you hear? I can hear you now. Can you repeat it, please, once, just?
It's in the chat box. If you can see that.
In India, actually develop vaccine, or it will save as a. No.
API and manufactured drugs have been suddenly become the strategic importance and the priorities for the industry.
Okay.
Well, this, the vaccine distribution could be get impacted.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. API, that is an active pharmaceutical ingredient, and as people know who are in the pharmaceutical industry, API is a basic active raw material, and the formulations, like to give simple example, ciprofloxacin is a API, and a capsule out of ciprofloxacin is a formulation. API manufactured drugs have suddenly become the strategic priority. Will this impact? No way. I think both are parallel things. Let us understand very thing. Companies which can discover and manufacture vaccines have a different status and level altogether. India has thousands of pharmaceutical companies, for example. They can go on manufacturing formulations and API. They cannot manufacture vaccination. Vaccination can be done by 100 companies only out of, say, 10,000 companies in India. Okay, so both are parallel. Both priorities are different. Both sophistication level difference, technology difference, and government funding and encouragement will also be different. So I don't think that we're going to jeopardize vaccine distribution or impact vaccine distribution at all. And that is what the whole systematization action plan is working towards. When I talk about CEPI, CEPI is an organization which was formalized in year 2017 for this purpose only. Okay, India is very much part of it through Bill's foundation, and there are so many other countries. They are working towards developing of vaccination manufacturing facility. So, is a question is relevant, is a right question, and the doubt is also genuine. But I don't think it will affect each other. Both are parallel, and now the concentration will have to be on vaccination manufacturing facility.
I would like to add few points to what Padmini has said, if you allow me.
Sure.
Okay. And this is very interesting and very challenging question. And the situation also, it's not about just a question, it's a situation which is prevailing over the demand, actually. What we say, there is an impact, but at the same time, there is an opportunity. And this COVID-19 brought those opportunity for not only the pharmaceutical manufacturers, but those who are into the API segment. Because if you look into, as a country, as India, we import more or less 83% of API from the Chinese market. Okay, and during this pandemic, if I give a very specific example, HCQ, hydroxychloroquine, which generally available at the cost of 10,000 rupees a kg, become pretty demanding, pretty costly, which the price shoot to 80,000, 85,000 a kg, and it was not available at all. So that becomes the challenge for the manufacturers also, and therefore, yeah, I mean the API, the as a strategical importance, not only the industry but the government have been working since many years. If I maybe at least 4 to 6 years back end, where they are working to build API park, and recently the government has cleared the directions where the India could have the 6 API manufacturing park, and that will boost the manufacturing, that will boost the economy, that will also boost the employability and export to the rest of the world. So that's one side of it. Now, bringing to the coming back to this question, vaccine development is the importance, the priority for whole world. Okay, and therefore those companies who are already taken this deal either in the development or into the manufacturing, they will focus, because these are the biological companies who are going to do the manufacturing and supplies of this vaccine. So no matter how crucial the API demand versus the vaccine, it will go parallelly, and this is nothing to do with the what you call the distribution challenges for the supplies of these vaccines in the market. Then, yeah.
Thank you, both of you. And now I have specific questions for Dr. Paliwal. So,
Okay.
you are there. Do let me know if you want me to repeat or type out the question.
Which question you wanted to take first?
No,
The
question from me.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's a question from me. So, as you're aware, currently there is a trade friction between India and China. Now, is it impacting the pharma industry in India badly?
Okay, I think to a certain extent I already responded in the my earlier submission. Yes, there is actually what you call the challenges, not only on the border side of it. That's altogether a different political and geographical challenge as the both the countries are resolving. At the same time, the pharmaceutical industry is also getting the hit because of this certain, price erosion of few drugs, few molecules, because India is completely around 80 to 83% dependent on the APSOs from the Chinese market. And this has been impacted in our regular manufacturing, regular supplies also. Having said that, now the normalcy is resuming, where the supplies have been back, and Chinese industries, Chinese manufacturers also now supporting and continuing the supplies to Indian market. So slowly, steadily, the situation is normaling now. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Paliwal. There's one more from me before I let you go and face the entire audience forum. The next one that I have is, do you think that the current situation of COVID-19 suddenly changing globalization as to localization?
Exactly. Can I take this question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
It's for you.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, certainly, what you see that because of the kind of capacity and capability India as an industry carries, India becomes the pharmacy of the world. Because if it specifically talk about the generic market, where we supply around 60-65% of US requirement, US demand from the Indian manufacturing facilities, right? And on top of that, because the kind of infrastructure and the support system India has, the cost of manufacturing at India becomes very economical for the what you call the other countries, and therefore the entire world is looking at India, because there is the cost of manufacturing is economical. If we wanted to compare with US and Europe, it's almost half to one third to manufacturing, and therefore plenty of resources available, talent pool is available, and where the government has taken massive initiatives to support the industry, support the sector in terms of the boosting the manufacturing, boosting the trade between the countries, and therefore government is also giving the importance to make in India concept, and thereby a lot of companies are coming towards the Indian origins for the setting their businesses or doing the further expansion in the Indian origin. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was very, very insightful. And we have received quite a lot of questions from the audience. And I would like to start with Mr. Randolph for the first question from the audience. Do let me know if you want me to print it out or type it out on the chat box.
I'll let you go. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes. The question is, what are the challenges for WIPO to work in integration with WTO and WHO in respect of leveraging IP strategies during pandemic times?
Leveraging IP strategies during the pandemic times.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I discussed it yesterday's session. Since roughly 2009, our three organizations have a working level dialogue that's more or less continuous. We refer to it as trilateral cooperation, and we examine issues at the nexus, at the crossroads of IP, trade, and health. And in 2013, we produced a major publication on access to medical technologies and innovation. We referred to it as a trilateral study. This study was just revised and reissued at the end of July this year. Same title, Trilateral Study on Access to Medical Innovations and Technologies. But this is an answer to your question. We are examining the key determinants for innovation across all areas, from medical technologies, R&D, manufacturing, and delivery to those in need, and the linkages therein. We're also taking into account in this revised study a lot of the new measures that have been put in place, or not only new measures, but new developments, discussing antimicrobial resistance, information technology, biotechnology, etc. Now, this study was finished just as COVID-19 hit. So we were initially flooded with requests, well, what about COVID-19? And we reflected on it. I mean, it's almost a 300-page study, so we were not going to revise it in a week to include COVID-19. But upon reflection, we realized everything in it is relative to COVID-19, is relative to pandemic, and ensuring the supplies of raw ingredients, of APIs, as we discussed, in ensuring a smooth trading system, the access, making sure that the intellectual property system contributes in the way that it's designed to. And so what we ended up doing was publishing simultaneously an insert that we put in this study that covers all the relevant aspects to the pandemic, and cites kind of a factual pamphlet inserted in the study that at the time, as of the end of July, it included all the international measures taken in response to the pandemic. But then it also cited within the study itself all the trade, the health, and the IP sections and issues of relevance that are relevant to addressing a pandemic. And so I would encourage anybody who is interested. It's free, it's publicly available. You can go to any website, WHO, WTO, or WIPO, and type trilateral study, and you can download this resource. And so that I would cite really as the primary trilateral cooperation between our three organizations in terms of contributing to the pandemic. response, contributing to the pandemic response. Thank you.
The next question from the audience is to Mr. Padmin. Sir, can you hear me? Okay. So the question to you is, what are the challenges? What are the challenges
Not very audible.
Indian manufacturing industry? Yeah. Padmin, you can see the question on your screen.
Yeah, yeah, I can read that now. Okay, fine. What are the challenges for manufacturing generic medicine during pandemic time? Okay. I think as we discussed earlier, partly, myself and Dr. Roshan, look, India is the pharmacy to the world. Almost 25 to 30% of the generic drugs are being supplied to the world by India. Now, generic, as people who know about generic is a product which is out of patent once the patent gets expired, or even sometimes when the patent is live, still somebody gets able to manufacture the products because of the licensing. Now, just to give example of remdesivir. Remdesivir is being manufactured in India now by about 4 or 5 companies, and within no time, India is going to manufacture remdesivir in a large quantity. But that is a licensed drug. Okay. Generic drug, India will continue to be a leader in the field of generic worlds. That I don't see any issue at all, because as we have said, a large number of small and medium pharmaceutical companies located in India are capable of manufacturing generic drugs, and a significant component portion of the world require generic drugs because they are still effective in taking care of the normal diseases. So we don't see any specific problem in manufacturing generic drugs in India. In pandemic times, like hydrochloroquine, HCQ, is a generic drug. Okay, India came up with a large quantity of production. The companies and the Food and Drug Control Authority, both at the state level and the central level, gave licenses to many more companies to manufacture a generic drug like hydrochloroquine, so that an inventory, as was asked, of generic drugs can be built up. This was possible because of 2 reasons. First, most of the companies at that level have capacity to manufacture such kind of generic drugs, whether it is in the form of tablet, capsule, or injectable. Second thing, the Drug Control General Authority of India at the central level and the Food and Drug Control Authority at the state level are quite progressive and proactive in India, fortunately. So they acted quickly and issued additional licenses to the companies who were not manufacturing so far, and they started manufacturing. So all the generic drugs which are related to pandemic are being manufactured in large quantity. Other generic drugs, actually there is no problem. So I don't see any problem for that. It is a good combination, a combined effort of the industry and the government, both the central and state level, which has been able to help this. So there is no problem of making inventory of the generic drugs which are required. We are never facing a shortage of such kind of products, fortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the next question to you, Dr. Padavar. What are the challenges which are faced by Indian pharmaceutical companies when it comes to vaccine development, especially COVID vaccine development?
Sure. Right. I think, if it is a general course of time, then possibly that may not be so-called challenges, because when one has the clear intention and the clarity about the kind of vaccines to be developed, and there is a sufficient time available to do the development, then possibly the Indian infrastructure, Indian companies are capable enough to do the development and bring the vaccine to the market, right? But let's look at this COVID-19, because it came as a pandemic, is a real emergency for everyone, and making absolutely a novel vaccine, that to be on a such a short period of time, thanks to that the kind of knowledge set, the kind of information, the kind of data available, and the previous records of the similar vaccines, it becomes very, what you call, kind of easy to bring the new development for the COVID-19 in a earliest period of time with add-on support from the respective agencies, respective government, and the collaboration between the industries. So that was, it's possible to do that kind of, fast development. Now, to be very specific on the Indian manufacturing, Indian development for the COVID-19 vaccine, let me tell you, not only one or two companies, there are at least 7 to 10 companies are already initiated the development. If I wanted to give you an example, is like the Serum Institute, then there is Arbindo Pharma, Bharat Biotech, BE, then there is a Indian Immunologicals, there is a Manvax, Panisha Biotic, Zydus Cadila. They already initiated the development by own vaccine. So this is something we need to watch in terms of how effective, how fast they can bring the vaccine in the market. And on top of this, from the self-development, own development, there are other tie-ups, there are other kind of collaboration with respect to the what we call the licensing agreement, where the companies are doing the tie-ups with the innovators and getting those vaccines manufactured in their Indian infrastructure. That is something happening at this point of time. So just to make it a pointer, the Indian companies are actually, got into this particular race of vaccine development, and they are in the process. I'm sure in the coming days we can see the vaccines from the Indian manufacturers, Indian developer would be in the market. Yeah.
Okay, so in the paucity of time, I think we can take up another 2 questions. So the next question is to you, Mr. Chan. Is there a mechanism like TRIPS being worked on by WHO in collaboration with WTO to deal with the pandemic situation? Would you like me to write it?
No, I can hear you. I mean, that's somewhat similar to the previous question. The basic answer is no. We're not working to put in place a mechanism like TRIPS. TRIPS and similar initiatives come out of the member states that put them forward to the WTO for consideration and debate, and ultimately adoption or not in that forum. So our role isn't so much to propose that, but what we do is provide factual, fact-based reporting and analysis and evidence, so that our member states and their political leaderships can make the most and best informed decisions that they can. We're really trying to put out what the facts are and to let the decision makers take those. And so to a certain extent, we will, for example, be organizing various seminars trilaterally on pandemic responsiveness. We have a number of forum and discussions in place. And so there will be some events, but no, we're not working on a TRIPS-like mechanism. That would come from the member states. And then I just wanted to briefly mention, because we are frequently asked, well, why aren't you working on COVID with WIPO research? And the WIPO research program was specifically put in place to direct resources to areas where there were no resources, to help advance some of the world's most neglected diseases. And our value added lies there. And we've done a lot of thinking about this, but there are many actors in the COVID space. There is no lack of resources and investments by virtually everyone around the world, the major pharmaceuticals and governments. So that's the reason why my particular program, which is relatively modest and very specifically directed, has not ventured into that space. We want to keep our value added in our specific area strong. So I'd leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a last question, which I want to direct to both Mr. Padmit and Dr. Khalid.
Okay.
Heard multiple times, including Bill Gates, have mentioned that India is going to be one of the biggest manufacturers of COVID-19 vaccines. Now, the million-dollar question is, do we have the capacity to feed the entire world market with vaccines?
I think question was not clear to us. Can you just repeat once again? Maybe the voice.
Yeah, or somebody can write down.
I think I will just type it out on the chat
Yeah,
box.
that should be fine. Okay.
So I would like to hear Mr. Padmin Bush and Dr. Roshan Paliwal's take on this question.
Strategies in the will follow for the same. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Roshan, should I say some or you say something about it?
Okay, let me share my version and then possibly you can add on to it. Right.
Please.
So,
please.
Yes, I think this is $1 million question. The entire world is actually running for the COVID vaccine development, and there is a great requirement, there is a great demand. On top of that, the kind of doses, billion doses required for the across the world is something kind of a concern in terms of availability, in terms of the stages that it has to go through it. So now, since there are the collaboration happening up, and as I said it, in the beginning of my talk, if I wanted to give a very specific example here, when there is a phase 3 trial of AstraZeneca's version is happening in India in collaboration with the Serum Institute, they already initiated the manufacturing of this vaccine, and what has been they committed is that 400 million of doses would be available by end of November. Okay, and they are promising to supply billion doses in by 2021. So there is a continuous focus and importance to make these vaccines available in the masses, because there is a huge demand across the continents, and therefore not only the Serum Institute, but if you look into the recent today's collaboration where Russian origin vaccine, where the Dr. Reddy's has the tie-up or the manufacturing. So you're going to see that there will be many kind of handshakes between the innovator versus the manufacturers to supply these vaccines and make it available for the masses. So this is certainly possible, but yes, despite the multiple collaboration from the companies and the innovators, there will be a time frame where we need to wait, because it's not like everyone single person is going to receive the vaccine in a short period of time. We need to wait, because 2020 followed by 2021, and subsequently there will be an availability of vaccines easily in the market. Yeah, this is what my response. Maybe Padmin can add to it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Roshan. I think you covered it well. First, I would like to I'm happy that we are really believing, and rightly so, that world is relying on India to supply billions of doses of the vaccine. I'm happy. It is not merely saying so. India can do that. That is a fact. Now, as Dr. Roshan said, I will just add to that. There are two. I also told in my presentation, there are two distinct phases of vaccine. One is a development, discourage and development. Other part is a manufacturing. Okay. Both are complementary, but both are different. A manufacturer need not be a discoverer. He need not be inventor of the vaccine. Okay. Whereas an inventor can be manufacturer also. So now we have to understand.
Okay, I think there was a network issue seems to be at his side.
Yes, technological challenge.
Sorry, once in a while it teaches me this kind of. Maybe I'm not very favorable to this. Anyway, so I'm just wanting that inventor can be manufacturer, but manufacturer cannot be inventor. So there is a different fraternity of manufacturers, and that is where India scores. As Dr. Roshan also said, there is already a strategy of creating manufacturing base for vaccinations while vaccines are yet to come out of the final trial. Companies are being ready, manufacturing facilities are being ready to manufacture vaccines the moment it comes out of the human trial in the right manner. It is going to take time, let me tell you. The vaccine is going to take time. It is not going to come in October, maybe not November, but that is not an issue. We should not worry much about it. Yes, India is capable of doing that because government through CPI is already working on it. At the same time, there will be many more countries which can never discover vaccine, but they can definitely manufacture the vaccine. All will have to come together. That is what we call medicines pool. India will be a leading country in manufacturing vaccine, not only developing. It will also be leading country in manufacturing vaccine. And yes, we can do it and we will be able to do it. But we have to wait. As somebody has said rightly, COVID-19 itself and the vaccine development is not a sprint. That is not a 100-meter, 200-meter race. It is a marathon. And for marathon, we have to continue to sustain ourselves, have some patience also. Coming back to the last point, yes, we can do it. India is capable of doing it. We are working towards it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we just have time to squeeze in one last question, and that's being directed to Mr. Charles Randolph. So, what is the most critical thing that local department of WIPO deals with? What are the challenges and what are the objectives followed by?
Okay, well, thank you. I see we're very close to the end. But critical thing, I think, for our global health department, and WIPO is an IP organization. So this is a very, very small component of what WIPO does. We're not a health organization, but the most critical thing really is helping advance science and research and development on these NTDs. And our most critical challenges for my particular division on this subject would be getting the knowledge out there. Many people are unaware of the initiative on making sure that people are aware and how they might fit in, and making sure that we are clear in our communications, as I alluded to in the presentation, about being able to repurpose molecules that might have been put in place for something completely different, but are still useful and still can be useful. And then finally, I think the last challenge would be, we do have a core number of very promising scientific collaborations, and our consortium is not structured to plow in a lot of funding for advancing the R&D on those. So we are looking at potentially creating some type of an independent funding mechanism, because putting the funding in place to support the most promising science is also a key challenge we face. So I think that answers the question in general terms.
Yes, it does. And thank you, everyone. So it's almost time, like you said, we are very, very close to an end. And first of all, my apologies about the technical challenges. I guess I have to live with that. But in addition to these, I just wanted to say my thanks to the Tamil Nadu Technology Development and Promotion Center, which is an autonomous society of Confederation of Indian Industry, and Intellectual Society of Entrepreneurship and Research Development for joint organizing this International Trade and IPR Conference 2020. So I end this session with a huge thanks to our sponsors and the entire ISERD team for working day and night in order to promote and make this conference a success. Thank you from my side, and now I will hand it over to Mr. Shubham from ISERD.
Thank you, Pirika
Yeah,
Madam, for
thank you.
explanation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session by all of you, by the speakers, Mr. Padmin Butt sir, Mr. Roshan sir, and Mr. Charles sir. So we already know about COVID vaccine, but the things you have told us and the things you have discussed were still unheard by the people, and they have learned a lot from this session, I hope. And the questions they have asked to you, they have cleared their queries. I think it's really great for them also, this session, particularly because in this COVID situation, they have the real-time challenges they are facing, and they have asked this. So it's a great session by all of you. Now, I would like to, as I promised, so there are a few opportunities we are going to launch in near future by our intellectual society of research, intellectual society of entrepreneurship and research development. So I would like to request my background team to please show the opportunities we are going to give to our participants as well as to the experts. So we are going to launch our research and analysis wing, that is IRAW. So it will be like IRAW is the research and analysis wing of ISERD India. IRAW is solely owned and operated under the aegis of ISERD India. It is an independent, not-for-profit, non-partisan wing that will focus on rigorous and comprehensive research activities involving critical analysis for issues that are common to global set of mankind. The objective is to foster the need for carrying out a rigorous, original, and comprehensive research and analysis of variety of topics while keeping in mind the four main methods of research. So that four methods will be at like being observant and about issues around, conducting experiments to define the problem statement, simulate a research plan, and analysis the solutions, deriving results following an integrated approach. So it will be a combination of the world happenings and all, in which our experts will be there who will share their views, and there will be like a number of people who will share their worldly events. So it will be a combination of research and development where worldly happenings will be discussed. So I'm just telling the brief. The detail will be launched very soon by our team, and our mission and vision is that with an aim to reduce the divide between global north and global south, IRO is able to provide an authentic, non-biased, neutral research platform to every technicalities and criticality behind every subject that interests the mankind. So with this, so I think that this IRO step we have chosen will narrow the gap between this global differences. Will try to combine all the world in one single platform. So yeah, this will be our objective in the next few months, in which I think the whole world can participate and can present their views on a single platform. So this will be the first opportunity. So the next thing we have launched a few months back, it's a membership. So ISCRD is providing membership to every individual, whether he or she is from school, colleges, to like companies, associations. So there will be like three different kinds of membership for our audience. There will be like student membership, professional membership, and associate membership, in which like different opportunities will be provided, like having free access to our sessions, our books, our media publishing, and all. So there will be a great benefit for people to be a official member of ISPRD, because it will help them to grow professionally as well as technically. So the next thing we have developed and we have raised in law for especially for the IPR aspirants. It's the book that we have launched, Patent Agent Examination Book, that is launched by ISCRD. So it is as specific for patent agent examination aspirants, but yeah, as well as the IPR aspirants, or as well as the IPR professionals who are going to watch some insights of this IPR technologies and IPR methods. So it will be, this book will also be helpful for them. So I think that this book can give all the solutions of the problems of IPR on a very basic fundamental. So yeah, these are the three, and the last but not the least by ISCRD is our mobile application. So as we know that in today's scenario, most of the people use and like apps, and because it is more interactive with the audience, so we have developed an app where you will get the book publishing by us as well as from the international societies, international platforms, which book they have published, as well as the latest news and updates, as well as there will be a like membership platform also over there for access to our digital library that we have launched. So all these four right now are driving ISCRD India objectives. So I hope that you all will find it useful all our four things that we are driving right now, and especially on IRO platform that we are going to launch very soon. So it will be useful for not only me, not only our delegates, but for the whole world will view it and analyze it. So that's all for today, and I hope that we all will meet soon because having sharing sessions like this with the delegates like you is a very rare opportunity for me as well as the public outside. So I personally thank you from my side as well as ISERD India team and the background team of ours, Mr. Rohan Malhotra sir, Mr. Brijesh sir, and Mr. Shekhar sir will be there at the background. So they are continuously guiding us and continuously driving us towards a much bigger scenario. So yes, with this, we'll like to end this session on a positive note. I hope we'll meet soon, and with same enthusiasm, we'll share our views as well as experiences with the people. So thanks once again to all of you for giving your valuable time to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Excellent
Great being
initiative.
with you. Well done.
Yeah. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye. Good day.
Thank you, sir.
Bye bye. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Innovation, the uniquely human force that drives mankind's progress. Without innovation, your phone wouldn't be smart, there'd be no GPS, no music on the go, and no HD video, stories without special effects, no colour, no sound. And unable to look inside the human body, doctors would be in the dark. The intellectual property system exists to encourage the innovators and creators who make the world a better place. The World Intellectual Property Organization, a specialised agency of the United Nations, helps them do this every day across the globe. WIPO provides a forum where governments debate and shape intellectual property laws, such as copyright laws, to adapt them to the changing needs of our global digital society. WIPO's goal is to make intellectual property work for everyone. WIPO operates international filing systems that make it easier to protect and promote inventions, brands, and designs across borders. Everyone, from individual inventors and small businesses to the world's biggest companies, can file a single application through WIPO's PCT, Madrid and Hague systems to apply for protection in countries across the world. This saves them time and money. In the last 50 years, WIPO has processed over 4.5 million international patent, trademark and design applications for everything, from machine tools to medicines to solar panels. And when disagreements arise over IP, WIPO provides arbitration and mediation as an alternative to costly court proceedings. WIPO gives people the tools to use IP effectively, helping people in developing countries to make a living from their ingenuity and creativity. That means